Welcome. Welcome to the John Within Judaism Colloquium organized by the Enoch Seminar. This is actually the third conference the Enoch Seminar is organizing on the John Within Judaism perspective. The first one was a conference in Camaldoli, in Angeloni meeting in 2016, and this is the book that came from that meeting. Many of the panelists contributed to this volume. Then we had a colloquium at the SPL that with a lot of people attending, remember, also with Adele, Ben, and many of the participants. And this is actually the third meeting. The idea came after a session last November at the SPL, in which we felt that we needed more time for discussion. So we decided to organize a colloquium, not with new papers, but simply to have a very long discussion among specialists. First, the first panel about John within Judaism, and the second panel instead will address the broader perspective of the within Judaism approach for the study of Second Temple of Judaism and the New Testament. I would like to thank Benjamin Reynolds, Adele Reinhardt, and Wally Sirafisi for accepting to introduce this meeting, and I immediately leave the floor to Ben for introducing the meeting.
Thank you, Gabriele. Welcome, everyone, to this virtual Enoch Seminar Colloquium on John Within Judaism. We're looking forward to bringing together Johannine scholars and scholars of Second Temple Judaism to discuss the Gospel of John within Judaism. And thanks to all of you who were made available those pre-recorded comments for the colloquium. It indicates the breadth of interest and the issues involved in this conversation. So thank you for that. As Gabriele mentioned, this is the third Enoch Seminar event on this topic. The first one was at Camaldoli in 2016 on John's Christology as Jewish Messianism. And the second was that Enoch Colloquium held at the 2019 Society of Biblical Literature annual meeting in San Diego. And today's online meeting is following up on those two, as well as the 2022 Johannine Literature session at SBL in Denver. So before we begin, please allow me just to make a few brief comments. But first, I think it's important to remember that to say we're talking about John within Judaism requires us to clarify a number of things. First of that being, what do we mean by Judaism and the Jewish ethnos of the Second Temple period? A number of you have touched on that in your video comments. Second, we also have to clarify what we mean, I think, by John being within that Judaism. Depending on how we define those two aspects, we are more or less willing to place John within Judaism. Also, we're dealing with scholarship about the Johannine community and various reconstructions of that community's history that have profoundly shaped Johannine scholarship on this question of John and Judaism. So this scholarship has framed that relationship as one of antagonism. Second Temple Jewish scholarship on the variety within Judaism, I think, poses some challenges for those assumptions. And in addition, as others have noted, the influence of our contemporary approaches and the history of reception to the question of New Testament texts being within Judaism is something that we have to also think about. I think Anders Runeson has noted that only a reception of the Gospel of John and other New Testament texts as non-Jewish texts, both from religious and academic perspectives, allows us to ask whether or not we can then read these texts as early Jewish texts. within Judaism approaches force us to constantly engage with both the reception and the inception of New Testament texts. Our time today for this entire colloquium is separated into two sessions. The first session will address John within Judaism, methods and implications. The second session will address broader questions of the within Judaism approach with consideration of John's place in that conversation alongside Paul, Matthew, Luke, Mark, and others. In this session, this first part, we will begin with initial comments by Wally Sirafisi and Adele Reinhardt. Each of them will have 10 minutes. As is typical at Enoch seminar events, sessions are understood to be conversations that include all participants and are not designed as main papers necessarily followed by responses. I've asked 4 of our participants to give their comments following Wally's and Adele's presentation. They are Lori Barron, Deborah Forger, Wendy North, and Katrin Williams. And then following their comments, I'll return it to Wally and Adele. They'll have the opportunity to offer further comments before we then open the floor to everyone. Okay, so let's begin. Wally, if you could begin with your comments, that would be great.
Okay, thanks, Ben, and hello, everyone. It's really a huge privilege to be with you today. I'm really thankful to have the opportunity to continue the conversation that we had in Denver at SBL. And I also wanted to say a special thanks to Adele for a follow-up conversation we had in December of last year as well, which was really stimulating and helpful for me. Since I posted a video with pre-recorded comments that outline my approach to the general topic already, I'd like to take these few minutes that I have here to talk from a bird's eye view and to identify, at least from my perspective, what some of the key points of agreement and disagreement might be in current discussions. So unsurprisingly, at the center of discussion is simply what is meant by the phrase within Judaism. Ben's already mentioned that now in his comments. This is, of course, why our conversation about John this morning will be followed by a broader discussion about the within Judaism perspective more generally. The question, what does within Judaism mean, tends to expose our conceptual and analytical affinities about Judaism. Well, I think there is some general agreement that Judaism, however we define that term for antiquity, was highly diverse in the worlds of the late Second Temple and early rabbinic periods. There seems to be little agreement on what that extra textual point means or should mean for interpreting John's gospel. In my own work, I tend to mobilize that point, not because I think John intends to represent the real world with journalistic detail, but because it helps me make sense of John as a text that participates discursively in the ideologically congested world of Jewish antiquity. It helps me make sense of, for example, how Jewish institutions can be interpreted very differently and yet still be legible as an expression of Jewishness, or how two groups possessing the ethnonym Iudaios and who both self-identify as being loyal to the Jewish God can also engage in heated conflict. So in my work, the concept of John being within Judaism has been primarily about assessing John's strategies of negotiating Jewish identity and suggesting that that negotiation rests on the premise of the Johannine Jesus' self-identification with the Jewish ethnos and his self-perceived fidelity to the Jewish God. So in other words, John seems to think that it stands in continuity with Judaism, though of course it has its own preference for what that Judaism should look like. One key point on which I think there is some agreement is that John's Jewish features or its Jewish background neither equates nor immediately legitimizes a within Judaism understanding of John. This is especially the case if the Jewishness of John is a kind of appropriated or extracted Jewishness, which the text intends to apply to a kind of new Israel that has nothing to do with the Jewish ethnos or with ethnic Jews. It's not enough simply to assert that John is engaged with Israel's scriptures, the Jerusalem temple, or other Jewish traditions. Plenty of non-Jewish early Christian writers were ideologically engaged with these institutions, and they were simultaneously also explicit about their anti-Jewish views, that God had rejected the Jewish people and that the Jews had killed Jesus and were therefore under divine judgment. and that Judaism was incompatible with Christian identity. A question that emerges here then is whether John's Jewish features, which basically everyone acknowledges John has, operate on this type of ideological plane, or if they rest on an identity orientation that distinguishes it from expressions of early Christian anti-Judaism. In my work, I've tried to argue that texts like John 4:20-24, in which Jesus identifies with the Jewish ethnos, and John 11:45-52, in which the death of Jesus is said to somehow positively benefit the Jewish ethnos, seem to support the latter conclusion. That is, from John's vantage point, being part of the Jewish ethnos continues to be soteriologically meaningful. Even for the few non-Jews in John's narrative world, being in the orbit of Jewishness seems to be a presupposed soteriological criterion upon which one's encounter with Jesus is based. The Greeks, for example, mentioned in John 7:35, and those who come to see Jesus in John 12:20 are, before encountering Jesus, envisioned to be ethnic boundary crossers who are already participating in Jewish life. And that is, they are Judaizers. And John gives us no indication that their encounter with Jesus functions to turn them away from this Judaizing behavior. From John's perspective, fidelity to Jesus is predicated upon and seems to stand in continuity with the writings of Moses. That is, within the ideological framework even of John's Johannine exclusivism, while one can only come to the Father through Jesus, John 14:6, one can only come to Jesus through Moses. In the case of the Samaritan woman, the only non-EU dios in John who had a historic claim to also being a true Israelite, she is both critiqued by Jesus for some perceived lack in her Samaritan identity and invited into salvation, a salvation that comes by means of the eudioi. So worshiping Israel's God Jewishly doesn't seem to be an option for her. It's mandatory. So if John's Jewish features do not immediately place it within Judaism, then I think it might be worth considering the converse. Does something like John's sometimes harsh criticism of the eudioi immediately place it outside of Judaism, whatever that then means? This question, of course, a perennial one in Johannine studies, then directly relates to other questions such as, is John's attitude towards Jewishness as a whole reducible to its instances of hostility towards the eudioi? Are John's eudioi meant to timelessly represent all eudioi everywhere? And how much meaning should we attribute or ascribe to John's non-use of the term eudioi for positive character groups like Jesus's disciples? So there appears to be little agreement on these questions, but how one answers them often betrays one's approach to the larger question and challenge, of course, of John and anti-Judaism. I've given my take on these questions in my pre-recorded comments, so I won't hash them out or rehash them here entirely. But I do want to make two brief points about a within Judaism approach, at least how I understand it, and what it does and does not do as it relates to these questions. First, approaching the Johannine Jesus' conflict with the eudioi through the lens of intra-Jewish polemic, as I do, does not change the fact that the Johannine Jesus engages in hate speech, at least as it's defined in our modern context by the UN strategy and plan of action on hate speech. John's use of the rhetoric of demonization, which is a rhetorical strategy of intra-group polemic we see used throughout the ancient world, is part and parcel to its narrative and exclusive view of who's in and who's out. As both Jesus and the eudioi each associate the other with the realm of demons and devils, they each construct a view of their own group as constitutive of the whole. We are the true Israel, or we are the true seed of Abraham, etc. This type of exclusionary discourse, even if it's stemming from an intra-Jewish literary environment, doesn't, or at least shouldn't, make contemporary readers of John feel any better or more comfortable with some of the attitudes of the Johannine Jesus toward the eudioi. Second, and on the other hand, what a within Judaism approach does do, or at least what it does for me, is raise the question of whether the category of anti-Judaism is really a self-evident one in John, and whether it's the best way to describe analytically John's hostility towards the eudioi. The terminology of anti-Judaism is deeply rooted in normative and normativizing discourses on the boundaries of Judaism and Christianity, both in antiquity and today. And this, for me, is what's really at stake in a John within Judaism type of project. It's not about having an ulterior apologetic agenda. Rather, it's about being interested in interrogating the normativizing impulses and categories that have fed for centuries the notion that John is somehow owned by Christianity via the Christian canon, and that John is and must be read as a kind of Christian scripture that is incommensurate and incompatible with Jewishness. A within Judaism approach to John can create a hermeneutical rupture in those normativizing conceptual spaces, both for Christians and for Jews. And this task of interrogating and rupturing our inherited categories is precisely, at least in my view, what critical scholarship should be all about. Thanks, and I look forward to our conversation.
All right, thank you, Wally. Adele, we'll have your comments now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, Wally and I have been in conversation about this in various ways, and as he mentioned, including in a long and enjoyable conversation a couple of months ago. I think that unlike Wally, I find the within Judaism framework clunky and hard to work with, in part because I don't really know how it differs from what we've been talking about, Johannine scholars have been talking about for generations, having to do with John's Jewishness, John's intersection with Jewish practices, and so on. I'm not sure how within Judaism moves us forward. So I'm a bit of a contrarian on this. I guess this morning I'll find out whether I'm the only contrarian in this session or not. So the phrase John within Judaism, it seems to me, has taken hold only very recently. And I believe that it's a spillover from the Paul within Judaism debate, which has been going on for a little bit longer. To put my cards on the table, I believe that the within Judaism framework, and I'm just talking about that phrase, within Judaism, is broadly helpful for the study of the Pauline epistles, but only narrowly helpful for Johannine studies. I'm still aware of only two, I'm currently aware of only two publications that make extensive use of the John within Judaism phraseology. And of course, the main one is Wally's book, John within Judaism, Religion, Ethnicity, and the Shaping of Jesus-Oriented Jewishness in the Fourth Gospel. The other is Jörg Frey's essay entitled John within Judaism, ? Textual, Historical, and Hermeneutical Considerations, that appeared in a volume published by de Gruyter in 2021, the volume called Jews and Christians, Parting Ways in the First 2 Centuries CE, ? I'm sure that more articles and books are in preparation even as we speak, stimulated by sessions like the one held at the SBL in Denver and today's session as well. And the conversation will continue at the SBL in San Antonio because the Johannine Literature Unit has planned yet another session on this topic. In my brief comments today, I'll address 3 related matters. First, what do scholars mean when they situate John within Judaism? Second, what interests are served by this phrase? Third, whether within Judaism is a meaningful framework for understanding the gospel, and if so, in what ways? So what do scholars mean? I think Wally has just given us, I think, a very clear explanation of what he means by it. In his book, he says that the primary criterion for determining whether a text is within Judaism is its self-ascribed relationship to the Jewish ethnos and preferred vision of the social world. Jörg doesn't offer a precise definition, but he uses it in the same way that others talk about the gospel or the author being Jewish. And he draws his conclusion because, as he says, the God talk and Christological prophecies are based entirely on biblical and early Jewish traditions. Your straightforward understanding of within Judaism corresponds to how most people, I think, understand this, although Wally has nuanced this for us today. Most scholars view the many references to Jewish practices and holidays, the use of Jewish motifs and scriptures as evidence that the author of the Gospel of John was Jewish. That seems to be an assumption. To infer John's Jewishness from the Gospel's many references to Jewish practices seems reasonable, but it's worth pointing out that the inference is based on the assumption that only Jews would have known or known about these Jewish terms, references, customs, and rituals. In the ancient world, like today, there were non-Jews who were interested in and knowledgeable about Jewish matters, just as there were Jews who did not know much at all. My point here is not to argue against the author's Jewishness, only to point out that the claim is based on an assumption rather than data as such. And the same is true with regard to John's audience. Scholars often assume that only Jews would understand John's references to the Gospel's Jewish elements, but I don't think that that's the case. So now to the second question, what interests are served by the within Judaism framework? I argue that situating John within Judaism is meant to answer questions about the Gospel's Sitzenleben context, but also more subtly to provide a comfortable answer to the uncomfortable question of anti-Judaism. And again, Wally has addressed this, so this might not apply to him. But I would say that, at least from my perspective, many discussions of anti-Judaism and of John within Judaism involve a certain degree of Christian apologetics, at least as in my view, if not in the view of their proponents. One apologetic claim is to use within Judaism to characterize the Gospel's hostility towards the Judaioi as reflecting an inner Jewish skirmish that cannot involve anti-Judaism because both sides are Jewish. History tells us, however, that it is most definitely possible for someone who is ethnically Jewish, which may or may not be true of John, to be extremely anti-Jewish or in the modern period, anti-Semitic. And I'll just give an example from medieval disputations between Jews and Christians, in which Jewish converts to Christianity were the most vocal anti-Semites. The disputation of Tortosa, which took place in 1413 and 14, was instigated and led by the Jewish Christian convert Geronimo de Santa Fe, and resulted in forced conversions and in censorship of the Talmud, which was going on in other venues as well. A related question, if John is within Judaism, what sort of Judaism was he within? This dimension of the question is addressed, for example, by Gabrielli, who has argued that the fourth gospel reflects a radical Jewish sectarianism that advocated separation from other Jewish groups. Because he sees this radical sectarianism as squarely within the diverse Jewishness of the Second Temple period, Gabriele argues that the very formulation of the question of whether John is Jewish or anti-Jewish is not relevant. This perspective may be compatible with Wally's approach, according to which John's gospel is engaging in a process of identity negotiation from a perspective within Judaism. But I wonder whether these approaches, which seek to distance themselves from questions of anti-Judaism, change the playing field, as I believe their authors intend, or whether the move from talking about anti-Judaism to, for example, radical Jewish sectarianism is actually a distinction without a difference when it comes to understanding what the gospel is trying to achieve with respect to its readers. This takes me to the third question. Is within Judaism a meaningful framework for understanding the gospel, and if so, in what ways? My view is that the category of within Judaism only muddies the waters when it is used as a lens through which to analyze the nature of the conflict that the gospel portrays between Jesus and his followers on the one hand and the Judaioi on the other hand. And as I've already mentioned, it's very hard, if you follow that view, not to fall into apologetics, even when this is not the author's, the scholar's intention. On the other hand, analyzing John within Judaism is helpful when it's not focused on the gospel narrative and the conflict that it portrays, but on the ways in which John shares in or perhaps amplifies what we know about diverse Jewish ideas and practices in the first century up until the early second century. And the example I always give here, this seems very clear to me, refers to John 2:6, which mentions 6 stone jars that contain the water used for the Jewish rites of purification. This detail, which is incidental in my view to the narrative of John 2, provides evidence that first century Jews engaged in a hand-washing ritual before a festive meal. Other than John 2, the earliest reference to that practice is in the Babylonian Talmud, written some 4 or 5 centuries later. So John 2 really fills in a very important aspect for those of us who are interested in the history of halakha and of Jewish practice. I would agree, however, that the field of Jewish studies, and especially the study of ancient Jewish diversity, can be enriched by viewing John or Matthew or other texts within Judaism, that is, as sharing in ideas and practices that we can find in non-Christological Jewish texts. In other respects, however, I believe that the phrase John within Judaism may impede rather than enhance our understanding of the fourth gospel. That's it.
All right, thank you, Adele. Okay, we're going to go to 4 initial people to give comments, and then we'll return to Wally and Adele. So first, Lori Barron is going to offer some comments.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be among some of my favorite John scholars in the world this morning. So hello from St. Louis, Missouri. I appreciate so much the remarks of both Wally and Adele. And it's kind of hard to go first right now and to know where to even begin. I appreciate both perspectives and think that in many ways there is truth in the both and perspective on John within Judaism. I immediately go to my students, thinking of myself primarily as more of a teacher than a scholar. And I think about one way in which John within Judaism, one way in which I think this perspective is helpful is that, I don't know about you all, but when I talk to my classes about just basics of not only John's gospel, but the New Testament in general, there's very much the sense of a separation already in the students' minds. And it takes a whole semester to really try to get students to understand that on a very basic level, Jesus wasn't a Christian. Paul, one could argue, was not a Christian, and that followers of Jesus believed themselves to be followers of the Jewish Messiah and, in a sense, loyal to the Jewish tradition. So from that perspective, I do think many of the contributions people today have made help on the most basic level for us to break down some of those anachronistic boundaries that many of us, as well as our students, have in their minds, and to understand just again on the most basic level that that Christianity began as a Jewish movement. I get the concept of clunkiness, but I also very much appreciate Gabriele's sectarian viewpoint, and I think that that's probably the one that I am closest to at this time. Although, you know, I'm always open to new information and to change. I also understand the idea of anachronism in trying to say that John is no longer Jewish. So one question I have is, if John isn't within Judaism, where is it? I don't know if we can properly speak of a separate movement called Christianity, definitely not one that's completely separate from Judaism at this point. So that's just one question I have. The other question I have is something that I brought up in my video, which I made at the last minute, and I'm not sure if it has had time to be posted, but I wonder if part of the clunkiness has to do with something that I learned about as a master's student. And it had to do with bounded sets versus centered sets. And I won't take too much time to go into this, but I wonder if part of the problem is that we see the categories of Judaism and Christianity as bounded sets. This is a mathematical term, which puts me on very shaky ground because I'm not a mathematician by any stretch of the imagination. But from what I understand with my limited understanding, a bounded set is something that you are either inside or outside. A cat is not a dog. A dog will never be a cat. This kind of bounded set, at least at this point, at the time of the writing of John's Gospel, I think most of us would probably say that Judaism and Christianity were not bounded sets. There's also a term called fuzzy sets, and maybe they would fit in there. But the idea that interests me this morning, and I'm not sure if it is helpful to either Wally's or Adele's perspective, is the idea of a centered set is more about movement towards or away from a center. Is John moving away from a Jewish center? Can we say that? I think I may have said that in my recent book on the Shema and John. I'm not totally sure if I agree with myself, but it seems to me that John is moving away from something that would be recognized as Judaism. Are we still at that point during the time of the writing and earliest reception of John's Gospel? So perhaps that is a concept, the idea of movement away from a center, which begs the question, does Judaism even have a center in the period that we're describing? These are very rudimentary early thoughts that I had just yesterday when thinking about these ideas. Again, I find myself appreciating both perspectives that were shared today, and I'm looking forward to hearing what other people have to say. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you, Lori. Deborah.
Before I begin, I just want to say a moment of gratitude to the organizers of the session, to Ben, Reynolds, Gabrielli, Boccaccini, and of course, Josh Scott, without whose technical skills this wouldn't be possible. Rather than merely reiterating what Adele and Wally and Lori have already said, I want to further our thinking about what it looks like to read John within Judaism or within Jewishness by considering 3 points. First, to consider the relationship between John and Jewishness, it's my contention that you can't read the Gospel of John in isolation or even solely within the context of Christian canon, but one must consider it within the context of other Second Temple and first century Jewish works. In my own work investigating the various forms of God's body in ancient Jewish tradition, for instance, I've shown how a true understanding of how Jesus's first century Jewish body, as depicted in John's Gospel, relates to other ancient Jewish conceptualizations of what constitutes a divine body, obliges an investigation of how other Jews living in the centuries just before and after the turn of the Common Era conceived of God's various bodily forms or divine bodily forms. This lack of attention to the body has caused scholars to assume that John's depiction of Jesus as the divine Logos made flesh, so pivotal for Christianity's teaching on the incarnation, stands outside of Jewish tradition. But when we look more closely at the literary and archaeological evidence of this time, we in fact see that it constitutes one of the wide variety of ways that ancient Jews viewed the divine in corporeal or bodily form. Second, part of the reason why I read John's Gospel within its first century Jewish milieu, and this picks up on some of what Lori was just saying, is because at the end of the first century CE, I don't think a Christianity yet exists as such. The first attested use of the Greek word Christianimos, which develops into our concept of Christianity, doesn't occur until the 2nd century CE in the writings of Ignatius of Antioch. Ignatius, as Steve Mason and several others have pointed out, coins the term Christianimos in opposition to an Judaismos. And in his reading, this Judaismos doesn't yet mean Judaism, but Judaizing or Judeanness or Jewishness. Moreover, recent scholarship on the parting the ways has shown that this so-called parting didn't occur at a definitive moment, but rather it ensues as a localized, protracted, and manifold process that likely begins in specific locales as early as the 2nd century CE, but continues well beyond the 4th century. By the 4th century, the texts and traditions that now comprise the New Testament, including John's Gospel, officially become a part of the Christian canon. But at their time of their composition and early circulation, they find their place within a diverse Jewish world. So again, I think Lori's comments on what is the center of Jewishness or Judaism at this time is really helpful, because maybe we see a movement away from this center, if there is indeed a center, but it's not yet fully defined. Consequently, I read 1st century Jewish texts like John's Gospels and the Apostle Paul's writings like similarly dated Jewish works, like those found in Philo and Josephus and 4 Ezra and 2 Baruch, and large portions of the Dead Sea Scrolls as Jewish literature, because we don't yet have a Christianity. Third, if we want to attend to the place of John within its Jewish world, then I think we need to start paying more attention to material philology. That is to say, that branch of philological studies that focuses on the material characteristics of written artifacts rather than studying them solely as carriers of linguistic texts. In recent years, text critic Elizabeth Schrader's work has revealed troubling scribal activity with respect to the figures of Mary and Martha in John 11, but I'm personally much more intrigued by Jeffrey Smith's recent work on the Willoughby Papyrus, P134, a small papyrus fragment no bigger than a credit card, which contains John 1:50-51. I'm most curious and interested in the aspect of the Willoughby Papyrus, namely that it's the first known example of a New Testament papyrus written on a scroll. We know that Christians seem to prefer the medium of the codex, with examples from the Nag Hammadi codices. Even P46, which is housed at the University of Michigan where I work, took the form of a single squire codex. So the fact that the Willoughby Papyrus took the form of a scroll format suggests something interesting materially about the Gospel of John and its relationship to Jewishness, since the very physical medium that it was preserved on matches what we would expect in Jewish circles and not in Christian ones. These, of course, are some very preliminary remarks on things I've thought about for a very long time. So I'm just using them as stimulating our conversation and offering a few fresh perspectives and furthering our conversation on this very contested and interesting topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. All right, Wendy, we'll have your comments now. Oh, you'll have to unmute.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I've thoroughly enjoyed listening to everyone so far. What I did eventually was to ask myself, what makes John's Gospel work? What makes the text work? So I'd like to make 3 points very briefly about that. First, the John's Gospel works when read as a Jewish text within Second Temple Judaism, in my opinion. Even Jesus's ministry in John, apart from the encounter with the Samaritans, is conducted solely on Jewish soil and among Jewish people. While he indicates there are Gentiles waiting in the wings, as it were, their time is not yet. John's talk is all about Jews. Even in chapter 4, where he has a version of the cure of the centurion's servant in Matthew and Luke, he makes nothing of the official's identity. If he's not a Jew, then there's no way in which John has Jesus praise the Gentile faith or anything. It's simply not there. Secondly, John's Gospel works when read together with Scripture. Scripture, the Word of God, is fundamental to how John's argument works, and it's present in his text more often implicitly than it is explicitly, beginning, of course, with the Gospel's prologue. As the Gospel proceeds, it quickly becomes clear that Scripture is the common ground between Jesus and the Jews, that at once defines them and divides them, with the key witness, of course, of Moses, Abraham, and Isaiah drawn to Jesus' side. Third, and finally, John's Gospel works by contrasting those who believe in Jesus with those who do not. The story of believers in John is the story of one. They are the one people of the one God. John applies this language exclusively to those who believe in Jesus. By contrast, the opposition is inevitably split, a fractured society ruled by a marginalized few. In other words, John's story is a construct, a literary creation of an identity, a text that persuasively categorizes those who believe in Jesus as children of the one God, who became one with God through Jesus, God's Son, who was one of a kind, the Father's monogenes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Wendy. We'll go now to Katrin Williams before we return to Wally and Adele.
Thank you very much. My comments will be slightly different in that, given the primary impetus for today's colloquium has been Wally's monograph, I'd like to offer a few brief comments based on my recent engagement with his book, and with the expectation, given the focus of the session on methods and implications, to examine the book's perhaps methodological approach and some of its central arguments, in the expectation that they will be discussed later in our session. Now, one of the distinctive contributions of Wally's book, Jesus Within Judaism, is the way in which the volume seeks to read the Gospel of John in relation to certain categories of ancient Jewish ethnicity, peoplehood, ancestral laws, land, and national cult. And he set all that out, of course, in the video. And also that the expressions of Judaism between around 200 BCE and CE largely fall on what can be described as two sides of a spectrum of ethnic identity. And these are, of course, what Wally brings to the table, which is the focus on the distinction between a priestly-oriented form of Jewishness, centered on participation in what he calls official and public politics of the land of Israel, and then a form of diasporic form of identity characterized by geographically and conceptually distant, as well as metaphorically reimagined categories of Jewish ethnic identity. So the conflict described within John is then interpreted against the backdrop of this spectrum of Jewishness, with John's narrative world reflecting movement on this spectrum to construct his own vision of what he calls a largely diasporic type of Jewishness. I want to ask two questions or make two observations, perhaps in order to look perhaps at this question of within Judaism from the perspective that Wally has presented, and picking up perhaps on two aspects only touched upon in the book's conclusion and described indeed by him as what the study has not argued or not covered. Now, the first relates to Christology, which is claimed is placed firmly by John within the realm of ancient Jewish categories, whether they are conceptions of Jewish Messiah or conceptions of divinity. So what then remains to be explored is where one situates the conflicts surrounding Jesus's exalted claims, thinking about the absolute ego eimi in John 8:58, or claims to oneness with the Father in 10:30, and that these lead, of course, to accusations of blasphemy and attempts to kill Jesus. So are these scenes also to be regarded as conflicts between priestly and diasporic forms of Jewish identity? And I ask, is possibly something else here at play? Furthermore, it's emphasized that the study does not argue that in order to operate within Judaism, that John's gospel must have a Jewish audience in mind. And I'm aware that this is something that Adele and Wally come towards from very different perspectives and with very different results. Now, I think Wally is absolutely right that the Greeks mentioned in just a few times within the narrative are God-fearers or Judaizing Gentiles, as he calls them, in that they wish to see Jesus while, of course, they are in Jerusalem for the Passover feast. And thus proposes, based on these references and other evidence within the text, that John's interest in a non-Jewish mission centers on Gentile inclusion within a Jewish community identity. Now, I'm aware that Wally, at the end of the book, comes to the decision not to make judgments against the ethnic makeup of John's historical or implied audience. But I would like to hear the discussion today, exploring perhaps more in what ways the possibility of Gentiles being among the Gospel's envisaged readers could have been a contributing factor in John's proposed construction of what Wally calls a more diasporic expression of Jewish identity formation, but also whether we can then look at some of the other elements in the gospel, and perhaps particularly the many explanatory asides within the gospel narrative that may point, at least to some degree, beyond an intra-Jewish debate. I look forward to the discussion that will follow in the next part of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catherine. All right, we'll return now and give Wally and Adele an opportunity to respond. So we'll start with Wally as we did at the beginning.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted there. Excuse me. First of all, thank you for all of those comments from everyone. Adele, I certainly, of course, appreciate your comments as well. It's just a real privilege to sort of engage with you again, and then with our respondents as well. It's hard to know exactly where to jump in and how to address some things. There's a number of things I'd like to say, but probably should just sort of be selective here for the sake of time, just in terms of my response to those things. So maybe I can start with the respondents. Lori Barron's comments. Absolutely, I think both Lori's and Deborah's comments about the sort of issue that we run up against historically, that by the time of the late first century or whatever we're dealing with in terms of chronology there, that we don't have a consolidated, explicit sort of quote unquote Christian identity at this point. We don't have anything called Christianity either. So if John is not within Judaism, however we're defining that, what is it, right? And then if we can come back to Lori's comments about if John's moving away from a Jewish center, I have some thoughts about that. What is it moving towards, right? And so, it's essentially impossible to talk about it in terms of a consolidated Christian identity at that point. This idea of a centered set, Lori, I'm also not a mathematician, so I can't speak. It's hard for me to speak in those kinds of metaphors, but I hesitate a little bit to use that metaphor, to be honest with you. It kind of smacks a little bit of this idea that in John, or in John's broader historical context, we have some sort of authentic core, right? Something that is Judaism, and then there's sort of a movement away from that. It kind of makes me think a little bit like some traditional characterizations of Second Temple Judaism as there being sort of a normative Judaism, and then everything sort of, or other expressions of Judaism that we know of are sort of variations of that normative center. And I just don't think that really bears itself out in the data, right? And so I think all we have really is variations. And so the variation that we see expressed in, say, first century Judea with chief priests, temple-centered type of Jewish identities is one variation of a plethora of Jewish identities that seem to have existed and developed in parallel with each other. So when I think of John moving away from something, I do like the idea, and I talk about this in the book as well, that John does seem to be moving away from something, but that something is not sort of a Jewishness to some, or Judaism to something other than Judaism, but it's a movement that takes place within Judaism. And this is where, as Katrin discussed and sort of rearticulated some of the aspects of the book, where this understanding that there are some sort of, at least for heuristic purposes, a broad spectrum of expressions of Jewish identity. And John seems to be moving along that spectrum, away from one towards another, but it's happening within Judaism. Deborah, I think your comments about especially material philology are excellent. I have not worked with a material philological approach. I know people have, and there seems to be some really promising fruit to bear. The idea, as you mentioned, this work on some of this early papyrus, that it was written on a scroll. That's another really fascinating idea that I think challenges some of the work that, at least that I'm aware of, that tends to actually use materiality as a way to reinforce supersessionist kinds of mentalities, right? Where Jews only use scrolls, Christians only use codexes, right? And we have sort of this triumph of the codex equaling the triumph of Christianity, right? In that sort of linear teleological perspective. But if we actually have some evidence that the Gospel of John was written materially on some type of scroll, and if it is true that we can talk about Jewish material culture as being embedded in scroll, the use of scrolls, then we do have something that complicates that. So that's really great. Let's see. Okay, Wendy, thanks so much for your comments. I really don't have a lot in terms of to respond to. I think we're on the same page with sort of the narrative world that John takes place within is certainly a Jewish one. It's a land of Israel. I'm not sure that necessarily prevents thinking about John as sort of bursting the bounds of Judaism, right? So it's not a sort of a slam dunk necessarily when it comes to reading John within Judaism, but it certainly, I think, is a way to shape our perspective on the ideological universe that John's taking place within. Is certainly a Jewish one. Okay, and then Katrin, thanks for rearticulating some of the main premises of the book. Thanks for reading it as well. So that's really nice. But I wish we could go back and forth a little bit, because I wasn't quite clear about your question about Christology, especially with the ego and me statements and how that fits in. So maybe I can kind of shelf that or table that, and we can come back to it in a later discussion. But I didn't take that necessarily as a criticism, but as something to sort of to engage in where Christology fits in all of this. But the idea of Gentile inclusion, right, and sort of the idea, and this I think does come back to a comment that Adele made in her presentation that I'd like to also respond to. I completely agree, for instance, Adele, with you, that sort of it's an assumption that just because John has Jewish features or Jewish institutions, it comes from the land of Israel or these kinds of things, that it would not have been intelligible also to non-Jews, right? And so absolutely, we know we have this category of God-fears. We know that Gentiles to a large extent could have been attracted and sympathetic to Judaism. And so I think having that sort of category of reader in our mind is absolutely possible. The question is whether John is landing on the ears of non-Jews in a way then that intends to shape a kind of listener identity that then is non-Jewish ethnically, and then is meant to sort of abandon the Jewish ethnos altogether. I prefer to actually see what's happening in John 7:35 and 12:20 in particular as part of John's vision for Gentile inclusion. And there's a different, I think that there's a different hermeneutical framework for understanding what John's doing with Gentiles as inclusion rather than expropriation. And I think that's the term that maybe Adele works with a little bit in her book. And you can of course respond to me, Adele. I don't mean to misrepresent you there, but the exegetical lines are very thin there. Of course, it can be read either way, but from my perspective, because the Greeks mentioned in chapter 7 and then also in chapter 12 seem to have this sort of presupposition. Their engagement with Jesus is already on this foundation of Jewishness or Judaizing activity, at least perceived from the perspective of the author. Then perhaps it's more about bringing Gentiles in via faith in Jesus as Messiah into the Jewish ethnos that way, rather than seeing them as usurping Jewishness and then on their way to something that is other than Judaism. Okay, so I think I'll stop there. That's plenty.
All right. Thanks, Wally. Adele.
Thank you. I'm going to try not to get distracted by the expropriation continuity thing. And just to mention that we still have to deal with chapter 5, where the Judaists are told that they don't understand their own scripture because they don't interpret scripture Christologically and so on. So I think there's more to it than just bringing Gentiles in. I don't see that. I see that in Paul to some extent, but not in John. Laurie's question, if John is not within Judaism, where is it? Really helped me to sharpen what I think is problematic about the within Judaism construct. And as I said in my comments earlier on, I'm not at all arguing that John doesn't participate in all kinds of Jewish stuff. That's not my argument at all. I'm not trying to suggest that John is within Christianity or within something else. What I've come to see in the responses just now is that my problem with the within Judaism category is that it reinforces or leads us towards a kind of binary thinking. And I think that's epitomized by Laurie's helpful question. If it's not within Judaism, where is it? And then Deborah picking up on that, well, of course it can't be within Christianity because Christianity as such doesn't exist at this point. And I agree with that completely. So I think that the phrase within Judaism reinforces the kind of binary between Judaism and Christianity that we're trying to get away from in this entire project of the Enoch seminar. And also reinforces the idea that Judaism is an ism and has a center already at this point, which I think most of us would agree is not the case. We do not yet have a kind of normative Judaism or a centered Judaism, except for perhaps the items that E.P. Sanders identified as common Judaism. The other point that I would want to raise here is the question, and I know this has been discussed in the chat, of situating John within Second Temple Judaism. I've resisted this. Not that I want to, again, I'm not arguing that John doesn't share many of the ideas that we find in Second Temple Jewish texts, but I think we should take seriously the idea that John is a text from the first and perhaps even into the early 2nd century. That means post-destruction of the temple. Also, I do not see John as a text from the land of Israel. I think John is, to me, pretty clearly, wherever the traditions originated, John itself, I see as a diaspora text. So that means that we need to consider John not only as kind of drawing from a wellspring of what we might call, the world of Second Temple Judaism, but also working within the changes that took place in diaspora communities and after the destruction of the temple. So I would want to make that point as well. I agree that, for a different project, I've been looking at what introductions to Second Temple Judaism or, books that summarize Second Temple Judaism, what do they do with the Gospel of John and the New Testament? And often it's simply lip service to say, well, these texts are also part of that world, but not dealing with it seriously. I think there's a lot more work to be done then, to be done on that. And perhaps that is already beginning. And the last thing is that when we're talking about John in any context, we need to see first that it is a literary construct, as Wendy commented. I think that's super important, that we not make a direct, we don't use it as a window to the outside world in any direct way whatsoever. We don't really know, I don't think, what social reality it reflects, and there are all kinds of different possibilities. But also in thinking about its context, we need to also include as part of its context, the growth of the Gentile mission. And that has to be taken into account when thinking about who's listening to or reading John, what audiences is it meant to reach, and what effect is it meant to have on them. We need to consider that by the time John reaches this form, the Gentile mission has been going on for quite a few decades already. And we cannot exclude the idea that it is participating in some way in that process. That's it for me.
All right, thank you, Adele. What we'll do now is we'll open it up for anyone to jump into the conversation. So all you need to do is either raise your hand using the feature within Zoom here, or contact Joshua Paul Smith if you're outside of the panelists and you want to come into the conversation. There's been a lively discussion in the chat. So if we want to bring any of those, if any of you want to make those comments here in the main session, that would be great. So just raise your hand and you'll be welcomed in. All right, Utah, I saw you first. So if you would like to speak, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you all for your comments. I fully agree with Wendy's comments. I think the category of the Jewish background is the main category that makes sense when you read John. Even if we want to think that John might not have been Jewish originally, it doesn't make sense if he uses all the Jewish categories, if he works within the Jewish scriptures, if he uses the whole language and the expectations of Jewish salvation. And ultimately, when we look at the idea of who does he want people to convert to, of course, it's the Jewish God as represented by Christ. But there's never any question that this is different. And so I think the only thing that makes sense is that he works within the Jewish framework. And within that, of course, there's an immense possibility of variation. The Qumran texts have shown us how vicious the polemic can be within Jewish groups and the Jewish groups to other outsiders. So the mere language of demon possession and all that, we find that in other groups as well. So there's no need to say this is talking from the outside. And I have a bit of a problem with the language of sects, because I don't quite think that John wants to be that exclusive. I think the implications of the shepherd parable and I also when Jesus says I also have other sheep, shows that he's envisaging that people from outside are coming into that group, but that is all included in the general prophetic expectation of the nations coming to Zion. So still this is within a Jewish framework. And I read Paul along similar lines when he includes the Gentiles into the ecclesia that he found. So I can't see that anybody saw themselves on the fringe versus being near the center. They all argued about their Jewishness, thinking that they are the proper representation of the seed of Abraham. And then, of course, the discussion started, what is seed of Abraham? And there they could get quite heated about that. But I personally, I think that this whole framework is still the most helpful for reading John within. Thank you.
Thank you, Jutta. Susan.
Sorry, thanks. I want to focus on methodology, which is part of our subtitle today. The comments have really made me reflect some on some of the methodological differences. I certainly identify myself as someone who finds it really productive to read John as part of early Jewish literature. But as Adele was speaking in her opening comments, I did really resonate with part of what you were also saying, Adele, and that was when you were talking about whether or not we should assume that because John has all of these Jewish practices in it, that the author or the text is essentially Jewish. And that you said, if we did that, that it's based on assumptions rather than data. I think that is exactly right. But to me, part of what that says is that, or it reminds me of, is that we've had this approach to John thinking about like, who is the author, or what does the text intend, right? How does the text intend to shape its readers? And I think while here I'm sort of pushing back on your approach and some of your comments here today too. I think when we do that, Adele is exactly right, that we don't actually have historical data that can tell us the answers to those questions. All we have is the text of John itself. But the question that we can ask, I would say the way to reframe it is to think about all of these early readers that we're thinking about. This seems to be similar to Adele's approach in Cast Out of the Covenant, right? She hypothesizes this Greek reader and thinks about how might that reader apprehend John's language? And we certainly wouldn't want to say that a Greek reader or a Jewish reader would always have the same understanding, right? There are lots of different readers come up with lots of different interpretations, as all of us are currently doing with the Gospel of John. But if we hypothesize a Jewish reader, right, who is an early Jewish Christ follower, they're reading John, what is that like? What is that experience like for them? Do they necessarily feel like, you know, they're estranged from the Jews, or how would we apprehend all of those kinds of questions? To me, this is a much more fruitful approach because we can think about it historically, right? We have a lot of data points for Judaism in the period. We can think as, for example, as Lori has done with her work on the Shema, or as Deborah has done with her work on divine bodies, right? We can contextualize various parts of John and think productively then about how John might have made meaning in that ancient context for various kinds of readers. And while I do find your work really useful in doing that, right? You have these categories that you're thinking about in terms of land and so forth. How does John speak to readers who might have a certain set of understandings about, you know, or ties to Jewish land and covenant and those kinds of questions? So those are my two bets. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriele.
Yeah, Adele, I understand your problems. I think that the term within Judaism, the phrase within Judaism, is certainly problematic, but it's also very useful in sense that it has become a sort of short way to say two important things: that New Testament texts are Second Temple Jewish texts, and the Jesus movement is a Second Temple Jewish movement. So the fact that we're using a term or another to a large extent also depends on how useful this term has become. And whether we like it or not, okay, and we'll see probably better in the second panel, the phrase within Judaism has become one of these terms that in just two words makes the difference. So I think that instead of trying to replace this term, it is more useful to do what we are doing today, trying to clarify what we mean by this term, by this phrase. And the problem, of course, is that Judaism means a lot of things. And I still see also in the chat, some people say it seems to believe that Judaism means rabbinic Judaism. And so they say, how is possible to say that John is within Judaism while is not following the same line as the rabbis? or we may think that within Judaism means a certain kind of monolithic view of Judaism, but this is not the case. Within Judaism means within Second Temple Judaism, and better within the diversity of Second Temple Jewish groups. I think that Christianity, of course, did not exist, Wally, but I think that there was already a certain kind of Christian identity, okay? Exactly as there was a Pharisaic identity or an Essene identity, okay? Another point, very briefly, is that Jewish means a lot of things. For instance, could mean that John should be ethnically Jewish, or his movement should be ethnically Jewish. But I don't think that in order to be a Second Temple Jewish movement, one should be ethnically Jew, because we have the presence of Gentiles in Hellenistic Judaism. And this doesn't make the movement less Jewish. And also, I agree with Adele, however, that the term, the phrase within Judaism should not be taken as in opposition to the presence of anti-Jewish elements in the Gospel of John. I think we may say at the same time that the Gospel of John should be read within Judaism, and that in the Gospel of John there are anti-Jewish elements, if we refer anti-Judaism to what will become rabbinic Judaism. And I like very much what Anders Rudesen said in a pre-recorded min. According to our understanding of Christians and Jewish, the Gospel of John is neither Jewish nor Christian, because it does not belong even to Rabbinic Judaism or to later Christianity. So I repeat, I find the phrase within Judaism very problematic indeed, but very useful. And I think that I will continue to use it while clarifying what it means. Raise your hand. We would like to invite everybody, the other panelists and also people that are attending the meeting to raise their hands and contributing and continue this conversation.
All right, Deborah, go ahead.
So we've had in the chat a very lively conversation about within Judaism and can John be situated in Second Temple period Judaism? Part of this is prompted from Adele's comments and picked up by Gabriele and many others. So I should admittedly say that as we were thinking of this, I had some pushback about the term too. In my own work, I employ the term ancient Jewish as opposed to ancient early Judaism to underscore the specific chronological period that I investigate. So it's a period of time before the official rise of Judaism and Christianity as distinct religions. The descriptor Second Temple period Judaism for me, or even ancient or early Judaism, implies an already established religion of Judaism. But recent scholarship has argued that it's anachronistic to think of established religions in the 1st century CE. So before this point, identity formation is built around shared ethnicity and geographical locale and culture and language, not religious beliefs. So I offer ancient Jewish as an alternative. And I simply say that I recognize that many specialists employ ancient or early Judaism as a workaround for Second Temple period Judaism, since the former can incorporate texts like John's Gospel that are composed after 70 CE. But for me, it's anachronistic to discuss a 1st century Judaism. In doing so, we're ignoring the contributions of scholars of late antique Judaism and late antique Christianity, who suggest that the emergence of two separate and distinctive religions of Judaism and Christianity occur after the 1st century. So that's just my 2 cents on this long conversation.
All right, thanks, Deborah. Chris.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this really rich conversation. I think one of the challenges that John presents for me in this consideration is that John creates categories for its readers, and then we have to question how we exist within or without them. I think John thinks there's a center to his religion, to his Judaism, or his conception of the tradition that he's a part of. And the question is whether or not John is successful in projecting that onto the Judaioi also, and they're competing for a common center or something like that. But the language itself is so binary that it can create a binary in its readers. And to go to, I think, what Susan was saying a moment ago, I think this is one thing that if we do a little bit of extrapolation, we can infer that this was one of John's effects on its early readers, is creating some of these binary ways of thinking in the 1st and 2nd centuries, or at least being at the early part of a discourse that would operate in binary terms also. One of the things I just continue to listen for in our conversation is the slippage between Judaioi and John and Judaism as we use it in English and to characterize this historical period. I think that can be a confusing thing for us, because I think the last thing John would want the gospel to be associated, the author John, is with the Judaioi, and yet it seems to be there's this need to find a term that embraces both of them for us too. So let's continue to try to work around the linguistic possibilities that John doesn't create an alternative to Judaioi for believers. There is no Christianos in the gospel, and yet what the term that seems to be blocked for his readers is some new kind of Judaioi. So this is a challenge that I think we continue to exist in with linguistic binaries of the 4th gospel. That's all for the moment.
All right, thanks, Chris. Any other comments? Bob.
Hello, folks. I'm trying to unmute. Do you hear? Okay, good. I have been. I find the whole concept of Judaism in this period difficult, and I'm sure most of us do. But you know, we've got a number of texts that seem to be written by people who assume their Jewishness, right? One way or another. And many of those texts are very difficult, and we don't fully understand them. So to say that we understand ancient Judaism seems to me to be you know, we've got an awful lot of work before we can really understand or say what Judaism might have been, and then we can start understanding what within Judaism might have been. And it's even perhaps a little bit troubling in this context, because we might well want to use the Gospel of John as one of the texts for defining what Judaism is. And then when we start talking about John within Judaism, we may actually be talking in a circle in a way. So I guess what I'm interested in suggesting is simply that the whole concept is difficult. Our evidence is spotty. It's just whatever has happened to survive. And we have many texts that are difficult in their own right that we have to do a lot more work before we fully understand. I'm thinking of things like the similitudes, for instance. I guess I feel that we're on to something really important here, but there's a lot of humility that we need to remember.
All right, thank you, Bob. Charles.
Oh, I've appreciated the many comments and just wanted to talk a little bit about the methodological question, and maybe using the time frame of talking about first century Jewish groups. And the window into those Jewish groups is really the first century Jewish literature we have, or the first century BC literature, or the second century BC literature, because that literature is really what's helping us understand how text from the Jewish Bible are being interpreted. I think more and more, if we can use that, the kind of chronological term, rather than just saying within Judaism, within first century Jewish groups, within first century Jewish literature, that literature is our window into understanding some of the thoughts and the theology and the questions that are driving, and Christianity is obviously these texts that we sometimes categorize as Christianity are obviously part of that first century Jewish literature that we need to study across the bounds. One of the things I did think was interesting, and I think Katrin brought this up, is the whole question of how Gentiles fit into John's gospel. Very interesting title comes up in the Samaritan woman discourse, Soter Cosmu, Savior of the world. And, how is John understanding the scope of Christ as the Jewish, fitting in with the mystery of the one God of Judaism, the one God of Israel, and yet that broadening the bounds. A few of the participants have talked about, while John understands himself very much within the Jewish confines, he understands Judaism being pressed beyond what some of his interlocutors are viewing. So I think, it's a good question to talk about in terms of the bounds of Jesus, of Judaism for John as an author, the author of the Gospel of John. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Charles. Further comments? There's been a number of things going on in the chat. We can bring those into the conversation. But again, a reminder, as Susan pointed out to us, we're talking about methodology as a key point, but there's many things that we also that are related to those things. Yeah, Benjamin White.
Yeah, so thanks to all of our panelists. I had dropped a question in the comment box, but nobody's taken me up on it, so I'll ask it live. And that is, trying to get behind the rhetoric of the Gospel of John to a kind of community that we might describe sociologically, whether it's in Judaism or without Judaism, is a little tough. And I was wondering what our panelists, whether it's Wally or Adele or someone else, thinks about the relationship between 1 John and the Gospel of John. If we think of the Gospel of John as positing sort of outsider text, right? These things are written so that you may believe that Jesus is the Christ. And perhaps maybe we have in John a kind of insider text, and is it possible to describe 1 John as within Judaism, or is there convincing within Judaism reading of 1 John? I'm not a Johannine scholar. I normally work on Paul, but this question to me seems not unimportant to how we think about the Gospel of John.
All right, anyone want to take up that question of the Johannine epistles with the gospel? I see, Paul, you're raising your hand.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm seeing the epistles as connected to the gospel, and I think that's important to consider. Lou Martin should have, or his view would have benefited if he would have taken the epistles into consideration. I don't see the Johannine situation as sectarian. I see it as cosmopolitan. I think if you have a move from Palestine to Asia Minor or some other diaspora context around the time of Jerusalem's discussion, that you have Johannine leaders and others fitting into second generation Pauline mission. And so you've got contact with local synagogues, but you also have a lot of non-Jewish believers in Jesus. And I think that's the source of some of the greatest tensions. I think that both the gospel and the epistles are trying to argue for a Jewish understanding of what it means to follow Jesus. But then again, you have Gentile believers in Jesus who I think are offending greatly local Jewish populations. And that's where I think we have some of the tensions. So yeah, I think that in 1 John 2, I think you have people leaving and going back into the synagogue. I think in 1 John 4, you have teachers of assimilation. Jesus didn't suffer, so we don't have to suffer. And I think that these are some of the controversies that lead to splits within the Johannine situation and also raise tension between Johannine believers and local Jewish authorities in the last 3 decades of the first century in Asia Minor.
Yes, I'm following a very interesting discussion in the chat and also the many comments on the screen. And I wonder if we all agree on the fact that the Gospel of John is a second or is a Jewish document or Israelite document, and the early Jesus movement should be seen as a Jewish or Israelite movement of the first century. And we are simply discussing whether or not the terminology within Judaism is the more appropriate way of describing what we all agree, or on the contrary, if there are differences among us in the way in which we read the early Jesus movement or the Gospel of John. I think this should be clarified, because my impression is that there is a large agreement on the fact that the Gospel of John is an expression of Israelite religion of the first century, and the Jesus movement is an expression, is a Jewish group, is an Israelite group of the first century. And while instead I see that the term, the phrase within Judaism is considered by many problematic. I must tell you that personally, I share this concern that the phrase is not perfect, but sometimes phrases take a life of their own. So I repeat, whether we like it or not, within Judaism is one of his phrases. Is now used regarding, it was used regarding Jesus, then was used regarding Paul, now is used regarding Matthew, Mark, Luke, Acts, and John. The fact that the phrase has become so popular, not only among scholars, but also among the readers of, it means that it's very effective. Of course, it's a phrase that needs clarification because could be misleading. I agree with Adele, with all the people that have made this point. It could be misleading, and this is our responsibility, I think, to clarify what it means. That it doesn't mean a reference to later Judaism, it doesn't mean a reference to a monolithic Judaism, and probably it doesn't even mean a reference to Judaismos. But within Judaism means within the religion of Israel of the first century, and within the diversity of the religion of Israel of the first century. I don't know, Wally, what is your impression of this discussion, Wally Adele? I mean, a lot of things has been said already.
Yeah, I can let Adele go first if she wanted to, or can give my own impression. I mean, I also
contribute to a discussion. I don't know.
I mean, I've tried to follow a little bit in the comments. The comments go really fast, hard to keep up with. And I agree. I totally agree with the problems inherent to this term. Part of me just thinks, well, you know, John Within Judaism just made for a catchy book title, you know. But no, of course not. No, I was a little bit more critical in my thinking about that. But yeah, I use it. In my view, it's a helpful heuristic device, right? It's a way to sort of open up the conversation rather than to pin things down and to say that, well, this is within Judaism, this is what, you know, this is outside of. And so, I mean, this is why, you know, I try to, you know, work my way through in the book, trying to problematize all these different categories that we're using, right? So Judaism, of course, itself, but ethnicity, religion, all these terms that are being thrown out there, they're all problematic. And so you need an extended discussion about each of those. And there's going to be, of course, differences. But for me, I think in one of my emails with Adele, this is probably a couple of years ago now, or maybe a year ago now, you know, when I started writing the book, you know, I didn't actually intend the term within Judaism, or John within Judaism, to do a whole lot of analytical heavy lifting, right? I mean, what was supposed to do was sort of to draw a reader in and then work my way through the sources to try to talk about Jewish identity formation and so on and so forth. So I think the fact that we are struggling, or at least constructively arguing about whether it's problematic or not, whether we should use the term or not, is evidence that it's doing what it should do, at least in my opinion, right? It should open up and draw us in rather than lay down precisely what is or is not true or accurate.
Adele, what is your impression so far?
Well, I think that we're talking about two different things. There are two different elements that we're discussing. One is the actual phrase within Judaism and whether that's useful or not. And I've said my piece on that. Time will tell whether it's really one of those things that takes off in a major way, like the phrase, the parting of the ways. Parting of the ways is an interesting phrase because we all agree, everybody who works on this agrees that it's problematic, but everybody continues to use it because it's just the easiest way. It's like a shorthand that, you know, that we all within our field know what it means, and we also know the problems with it, and so we can continue to use it. It's too early to say whether the phrase within Judaism is going to function in the same way because we don't yet have a whole lot of publications that use that term, but we have all of these conferences and sessions. So one is the usefulness of the phrase itself. And the other is where I think we're all in agreement, and it's hard not to be, that John incorporates and draws on many elements that are shared with all kinds of other Jewish texts from the Second Temple period and into potentially the early rabbinic period as well. So those are two separate things. I think, you know, where we're arguing, you know, on that second point has to do with, you know, how do we find how do we define and refer to the period within the development of Jewishness, you know, what are the boundaries of that chronologically? You know, how do we define that? And the other question is, you know, what does it mean for our understanding of the text? You know, how does it determine, or does it determine questions that we care about, such as audience and historical context and all the rest of it? So I think it's helpful to separate out those two areas of discussion, which I think that the within Judaism discussion, you know, whether that's a useful phrase or not, we'll see, you know, we'll see how that goes. But the question of John's situation within or relationship to Jewish texts and so on, that will continue as it has. It's a long-standing discussion.
All right. Thanks, Adele. Serge, you have a question or comment.
Okay, I would like to highlight two distinguished, even if somewhat intertwined, aspects of John within Judaism topic. First, what does the fourth gospel strategies, with all their violent rhetoric, say about the author's stance vis-a-vis his Jewish contemporaries, either outside or within the movement? Was the object here a stonewalling the division out of perception of the others as a danger to the spiritual well-being of the late first century Jews followers? What Daniel Boyarin calls the custom control in the service of the effort to establish an quote-unquote orthodoxy? Or was it rather still an attempt to win out potential Jewish fellow travelers? In the discussions of the issue, it seems useful to relate to other examples of polemic. Some of them have been already mentioned. Say a series of virulent attacks on Pharisees in Matthew 23, which were tellingly interpreted in research in two opposite fashions. One interpretation was that the gospel author has already given up on Pharisaic and possibly Jewish in general audience, and used harsh rhetoric to make the separation final. The alternative one, pointing inter alia to instructive parallels of intra-Pharisaic polemic, suggested that that very rhetoric is a sign of closeness of two groups and indicates the attempt to convince some beyond the division line. More examples of different types should be added to create the scale. Of course, the Dead Sea Scrolls is the obvious candidate, and they have been mentioned. And it's not a shame to bring into the picture some later rabbinic traditions also, which conclude harsh rhetoric of the Pharisees of the old, accusing them of clinging to ordinances of all wrong reasons. However, in the final account, this later tradition is ready to accommodate them in the hope that they will eventually see the light. Returning to the first century, one notes that in his circumstances, Philo seems to be ready to accommodate even those who do not know how to read the Torah allegorically, even it makes them think about God in an awfully wrong pagan manner. And finally, instructive, of course, is Paul's trajectory, which leads him from a Qumran-like anticipation of the Jewish outsiders' doom in 1 Thessalonians to the hope for their future change of heart down the road in Romans. My suggestion is that investigation of John's supposed strategies of separation from Judaism in light of such broader context has a potential to bring in our discussion of the topic to the next level. Another aspect is John's indebtedness to the necessity to create a convincing Jewish scenery of the story with Jewish protagonists and the land of Israel as its geographical and cultural setting. Even more crucial, he was indebted to the foundational themes of Jewish outlook, such as the reliance on scripture and prominently the messianic one, explicitly peculiar to the land of Israel, Jewry. In my discussion at the SBL last November, I suggested that John is our earliest witness for the emphasis on the image of the Messiah as a second and upgraded Moses. Whether John intended to strengthen and finalize the estrangement from the Jews or not, my suggestion is that he could fulfill the task only through adopting and adapting those themes representing the syntax of Jewish religious discourse. The fourth gospel could thus be used to create a fuller picture of first century Judaism. Thank you.
Thank you, Serge.
We would like to hear from all panelists. Okay, Catherine.
Yeah, Catherine.
I think I saw also Ettridge is in hand. I don't know. Yeah. Yes.
I think there's also a necessity to tease out some of what we mean by the question of boundaries. We've used the phrase within Judaism. Somebody in the chat mentioned the container. And I think perhaps it's the fuzziness within that or around that container that perhaps we need to explore a little bit more. I mean, thinking again about Wally's book, he talks about exclusionary language. At what point does that exclusionary language fit within Judaism or go beyond Judaism? And I'm wondering methodologically, what's our measuring stick for that? Do we look at other ancient Jewish texts and think, right, we have a complete model here that enables us to map John's gospel against that use of exclusionary language? And that's what was behind my question about Christology in my response is, at what point, and I remember the Camaldoli Colloquium and the wealth of material that we all brought together for that. But at what point do we say that a gospel that is so Jesus-centered in its portrayal of Judaism goes beyond that container? I'm just asking the question. I don't have the answers, but I would be very keen to hear some views on it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Katrin. Harold, you had some comments.
Yeah, thank you. This has been an interesting conversation, and this is a direct follow-up, I think, to Katrin's comments and to some of the earlier contributions. I think it'd be interesting to think a little bit about when Christians do react to and cast themselves out of the Jewish environment in a significant way. Obviously, the parting of the ways is a long and complicated process, as Adele has pointed out. But already by the end of the first century and the beginning of the second century, we see some things going on where people are drawing boundaries between what they are thinking of, however that is rooted in Second Temple or traditional Israelite religion, and what they are doing and confessing. We have the phenomenon of Marcion. We have, by the middle of the second century, Justin Martyr, and somewhere in between those two, we have the phenomenon of Gnosticism, complex though that may be. I'm thinking particularly in terms of the Sethian rereadings of the creation story, in which the God of the Hebrew Bible is in some sense demonized. I think these are setting boundaries and pushing the Christian movement outside of traditional Judaism, however much they may be operating with traditional Jewish materials. John isn't doing that, but John is pointing to tensions in his environment, the expulsion from the synagogue, that points in that direction. I think John is operating within a similar kind of environment, but not going to the extreme of separating the tradition of which he is a part from the larger tradition that he uses to identify who Jesus is and what his significance might be. Interesting to compare, I think, what's going on in John and what's going on in Paul, both of which are involved in some wrestling with the necessity to define this movement of which they are a part, which the essence of which is drawn from Jewish tradition. Paul does so with the image of the body of Christ as a way of defining the social environment of which he's a part. John doesn't quite do that, but he does throw out some images, the image of the family and the image of the temple, that in some ways try to define, I think, the movement of which he is a part within a Jewish framework. So I agree with all that has been said about the problematic character of the within Judaism category. And I think it is useful to keep in mind that we're dealing with a very messy situation at the end of the first, beginning of the second century, in trying to define the relationship between groups and the ideology that's part of that definition.
All right, thank you. Jason, you have some comments.
Thank you, first of all, for the invitation to join and comment. There's been a lot going on in the chat on this, and one thing I should, I guess, bring in and sort of elevate from the discussions in the chat there is, I have in the past advocated, instead of using Judaism in this kind of context, to talk about Israelism, and this is it's a different term, and it sort of has a foreignness about it. which is sort of a disadvantage in some sense, because when you say within Judaism, of course, everybody, knows what you mean, except that they don't. And I think that's part of the problem. So this is the thing about doing historical work is part of our job is to familiarize the unfamiliar, but we also have to defamiliarize the falsely familiar. And much of what we're doing when we're doing, I heard the very true comments earlier about the I think it was Adela, I think you said about the parting of the ways, and we all know the problems there, and similar problems are going to be there as have been pointed out in terms of within Judaism. And okay, well maybe it's fine to just accept those problems and say, well, we kind of know where those problems lie or whatever. But oftentimes people don't know where those problems lie, or even within scholarship, or we sort of forget as we're doing things. And so one of the reasons that I think within Israelism actually has some advantage there is it deals with the Samaritan problem. Samaritans are, of course, not Jews, but they are Israelites, or at least claim to be Israelites. There's debate among Jews within the period as to whether or not they really qualify as Israelites, or whether they're something else, that they're, false Israelites. Whoever wrote 4Q 372 fragment 1, for example, thinks that they're imposters who are on Joseph's land, but they're not really Joseph, whereas Joseph is out there somewhere. But there are others who are accepting their claim. I mean, even well into the rabbinic period, you have people who are accepting their claim, rabbis who are accepting their claim to be legitimately from Israel, just not from Judah, not from they're not Jews from Judah, but they're Israelites from Joseph. So that's one advantage, is it gives us an avenue to deal with that. The other is that it gives us an advantage, or it gives us some way of operationalizing John. If John is within Judaism, and then he's got all this stuff about the Jews, and there these, Jesus is a Jew, but then you have the Jews as, hoiudaioi as a negative category, opposite Jesus at different points in the gospel. That's really hard to get around. And this is where I think Chris Blumhofer's work, and I saw Chris comment earlier, Chris Blumhofer's book on this, I think, is very good in pointing to some of those distinctions. Within Israelism allows you to sort of distinguish between, okay, he's not doing a Judah only or a Judah focused version of Israelite religion. He's doing something else that seems to be including Samaritans as well, but is in continuity with what's going on in a lot of Judaism, but because of this Israel restorationism that's going on. And like I said, I think one of the advantages there is that we're distinct from modernity in this regard. So the foreignness of it, I think, is an advantage rather than a disadvantage. So I think we should be really open to considering that kind of sort of third option, as opposed to doing that. Anyway, I've talked for plenty for long enough here, so I will pass the baton.
All right, thank you, Jason. Let's Dan, you have your hand up.
Yes. Great. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, Dan Gertner from Gateway Seminary. Thanks for having me. I've done some work with Anders Runeson on Matthew within Judaism, and for us, I think the within Judaism rubric really works. In fact, to such an extent that we've had some conversations with John Campen and others about, well, with John Campen's book really about, and with Gabriella about the nature of sectarian Judaism, and can we push it to that extent? And I'm less convinced about the sectarian kind of rubric and how well that works. But I'm wondering about nomenclature here, and I think I've heard some discussion here about, well, does within Judaism work, and how does it work, and can John be anti-Jewish and still Jewish? And I don't have answers. I have more questions than answers, but I think somehow we need to come up with some terminology that says yes, John can consider himself to be within a religious purview and also consider himself to be against others that are within a broader religious purview. If we want to use the illustration of Qumran sectarians, that's fine. We can say that the Qumran sectarians were descendants of Abraham who were against other descendants of Abraham. If we, again, that's maybe an extreme example, but if the notion of within Judaism doesn't work with John, and this is maybe more for the Johannine experts, what kind of expression is more true to what we find in John, to what John is doing with the Judaism that he represents and the Judaism with which he interacts? How would you characterize that? What is John doing with his Judaism and with the Judaism with which he interacts that within Judaism doesn't quite capture that something else might express with greater clarity? Does that make sense?
Anybody want to respond to that, or? All right, Paul.
Yeah, thank you. I think that you have Mosaic agency as the whole thrust of Johannine Christology, where a prophet like Moses will arise, will not speak his own agenda, but only what God has commanded. And I can imagine that in the late first century, or maybe even, goodness, during the days of Jesus, that you have debates over Mosaic authorization, Mosaic authority. What does it mean to keep Moses? Does it mean keeping Sabbath, or in these kinds of ways? Or does it reflect the Shema in Deuteronomy 6, one God? Or is a way of thinking about fulfilling Moses, that God continues to speak. And so it's a continuing revelation approach to understanding Mosaic authorization. So clearly, the father-son relationship in John is related to Jesus fulfilling the prophetic agency schema, as many scholars have argued recently, Borgen and others. And so maybe even just a debate over Mosaic authority is a part of what's going on here in tensions with other Jewish leaders.
All right, Jonathan. Jonathan has a comment.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been listening, and I think, especially following the chat, and I think it's, obviously, John is very much grounded in some sort of Judaism, however we conceptualize that, or some sort of Jewishness. We can talk about how to conceptualize that, but I think it's also important to recognize, and we can't lose sight of the fact that it's also a part of a movement into what we would now recognize as Christianity. And I think we have to attend to precisely to that movement, the way it emerges out of Judaism, but also the way that this thing Christianity emerges partially out of Johannine thought. So I think that there's we have to attend to both relationships there, I think. And that's really all I just want to say.
Then,
all right, thank you. Yeah, Gabriele.
If I may go back to John Staples, I agree. I mean, I would prefer to say within the diversity of Israelite religion of the 3rd century. Okay, so not even using Second Temple Judaism and not using Judaism. The reality is that within Judaism is a very effective short phrase that catch immediately the imagination not only of scholars but of readers, and is very effective, as somebody in the chat said, also to oppose the supersessionist perspective of many Christians and emphasizing the Jewishness of the early Jesus movement. So I repeat, whether I like it or not, I must say it's a very effective term. And I think that we should, I think that at least on the short term is not realistic trying to replace it with something else, okay? We have to play with this term, with this phrase, and try to clarify its meaning, okay? Within Judaism means within the diversity of first century Israelite religion, okay? I don't think is a dangerous term, as somebody has said in the chat. I don't think. I found it very, very useful, very, very useful, even though I recognize that has its problems. And it should not be taken as an alternative to the view that there are anti-Jewish elements in John. It is possible to say that there are John is within Judaism, within the diversity of Second Temple of first century Israelite religion. At the same time, it contains very harsh and very problematic anti-Jewish elements against other forms of Israelite religions of the time that later on will give birth to Jewish, to Christian anti-Judaism. So is not a way, saying that John is within Judaism is not a way to absolve John from the intolerance that produced. I think this is very important. We should not play these categories one against the other. I'm also curious, Ben, I'm also curious to know what your opinion is.
Well, I was just going to see if we can. I was just going to see if we can get anyone who hasn't spoken on the panel yet, if they wanted to jump in. If not, I was going to ask Susan to make some comments. But if there's anyone who hasn't spoken yet who'd like to, Luke.
Thanks, Ben, and thanks to everyone. I found Dan's question really helpful, and I think maybe one way to think about an answer to that for me is just to think about something that Deborah's already mentioned, which is how do we think about, especially Jewish, in all their diversity, Jewish conceptions of who God is and how could he enter the world and be known in it. And I think for me, the phrase within Judaism helps me clarify how that might happen. And how John might have resources to think about what that means and how you could encounter God or not encounter him. Another thing that's interesting to me is back to Lori's earlier statements about moving away. And I wonder if John, in John's mind at least, he's moving so close, he's burrowing further into Judaism actually, because he's found a Christ, right? And that, in a sense, by moving further and further into Judaism, he ends up, or eventually lends himself to ending up in Christianity. And that's an interesting thought experiment. Part of why I think that is because if there is a center to Judaism, I think it's the closest we can get is the temple, right? And he spends so much time saying that Jesus is that temple and developing that idea. And I think bringing in believers in Jesus into this temple identity too. So just a couple of thoughts, but thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Alicia.
Yeah, I've just been thinking this whole time, and this will hopefully maybe bridge into Susan's comments. And there was something that Wally said at the very beginning, and Wally, I'm still waiting for your book to get here so I can review it, but it hasn't arrived yet. You talked about John or a text self-ascribing its identity. And it maybe seems obvious, but I don't really know what that means. Because it seems like readers ascribe identities for texts. And and then communities self-ascribe identities and then ascribe identities to others. And I think of Raimo Hakala's use of social identity theory. So I think it is really, really messy. And I think it's helpful to say, like, when we try to pin it down too tightly within Judaism, what it means, we're always going to get caught. But realize that where we think meaning comes from matters. Like even Luke was saying, in John's mind, which is a personalizing of the text that I think would be interesting for us to talk about. I've thought about the times we've used he in this conversation versus it, and how does that impact our understanding. So maybe not a conclusion, but just thoughts that have been percolating for me as we've talked.
Thank you, Alicia. John Campen has some comments.
As someone that is wedded with it to this word sectarian, I thought I'd make a few comments. And the initial comment is, I'm wondering if our discussion takes, perhaps sidetracks the issue by concentrating exclusively on identity. The use of sectarian analysis and my interest in that has to do not with identity, but rather establishing the social relationships and social structures of a specific representation of Jewish groups within the Second Temple period. And so the question is, what's the relationship of a specific body attested in a specific way? For example, the Gospel of John or the Gospel of Matthew, or the sectarian composition, such as the Damascus document and the community rule. How do we understand their relationship to this larger entity, which they're a part of, which we perhaps not totally correctly dubbed Judaism at this point? But the question is not simply one of identity, it's a question of relationship and the very specific type of structure that any one group attested within a body of literature. And I recognize the relationship of group to a specific literature. We could have more discussion about that also. And but it's not simply a question of identity. It's a question of where a group chooses to place themselves within this broader entity that I think is worthwhile that I attempt to do through sectarian analysis. I'm sure that there's other methodologies that should be brought into play, certainly social identity theory and others. But I think that that's an important question and a different way of thinking about it rather than the issue of identity.
All right, thank you. Susan, you willing to make some more comments?
Sure, thanks. And thanks so much for this discussion. It has been really enlightening and just a lot of fruitful thinking going on. So I did want to share one thought I was having. Recently, I wrote a piece on John 8, and I was thinking about how my premise was trying to read John 8 like a reader who is familiar with the traditions of Jubilees, and especially the Festival of Booths and the role of Abraham in that, and the role of Mastema as a tempter and all of this kind of thing. And I don't want to talk about the paper, but what I want to talk about was Jubilees itself, because I think it was just really interesting to me to think about Jubilees again as a part of early Jewish literature and the role that it's sort of long history, right? So Jubilees, scholars who write on Jubilees would say it's not a sectarian work. However, it seems to be beloved at Qumran. There are lots of copies of it, and there are other portions of writings that are familiar with the interpretive traditions of Jubilees, even though they're not Jubilees itself. But then Rabbinic Judaism is at arm's length from Judaism, right? And we have it in so many copies because Christians preserved it. And so this question about the readers, I think, is so important, right? And partly getting back to Alicia's comment, which prompted that for me again. If we think of even if we said we thought we could say Jubilees has a particular kind of characteristic, right? Or it wants to form a certain kind of community. It has this long history afterwards in which that's not happening, whatever we thought that original purpose was, right? And so it seems fairer to think of John in the same way, even though, we're inclined to think that John can't be Jewish because it's Christian, right? To try to bracket that history that we're laden with and think of John in different ways, but also as, possibly being appropriated in very different ways by different groups, even though perhaps initially it was also early Jewish literature.
Thanks for that comment. Anyone else? We have about 10 minutes left, and I'd like to leave some space for Wally and Adele to make some final comments. But anyone else interested in making a comment at this point?
Like you, for instance.
All right, Gabrielle, it's the second time. Yeah, I think I've really appreciated the conversation. There's been a lot of things going on with the chat. As someone who's spent my time straddling sort of the Johannine scholarly world and also the Second Temple world, I feel there's some tensions here, and I'm glad we have the second half of the conversation to talk about these things, because when I think about John and Judaism, there's a whole spectrum of secondary literature that raises different sorts of questions than the sorts of questions that are showing up in the chat from some of our Second Temple colleagues about what is Judaism, negotiating identity, and so forth. And I appreciate the fact that we're able to bring those conversations together, because I think that within Judaism is problematic in a number of different ways. I think that's come up, but I think what Gabriele means by that and what Deborah meant by that are different than what some of the rest of us mean by that. For the Second Temple crowd, it's, well, what are we talking about with Judaism? Are we talking about rabbinic? Are we talking about ancient? Are we talking about early? There's all that sort of piece. But then when you, as a Johannine scholar, you're thinking about Judaism, well, we're thinking about Louis Martin and history and theology, and we're talking about those sorts of issues, the synagogue as Judaism. But synagogue scholarship has pointed out that that's problematic. And so what are we to do with that? So, and then also the questions raised by Sarah and Hugo about, well, what is within Judaism sort of responding to? And Anders' comments and also Sarah's comments there, I think, are very helpful. That in my view, what it's responding to is placing this anachronistic Christianity and Judaism framework over the conversation that's happening in the first century, whether it's late or early second century, whenever we want to date that. There's that John is Christian and so therefore not Jewish. Karin Zetterholm has pointed out we have Jesus movements that are, the Jesus movement is existing within Jewish context or Israelite context, whatever we want to call that, in the even into the second century. So again, it's a very messy place, and so therefore does John have a place within that messiness of Judaism or Israelitism, whatever we want to call it. And I would say I think it's a reframing that forces us to rethink some things, which I think is always beneficial as scholars, because we get in these ruts. And Johannine scholarship, I love it, but we often are not communicating with too many other people. Even if it's Paul or even Mark, Matthew, and Luke, right? So to be sort of pushed out of that and to think some different ways, I think is very helpful for us. So anyway, those are my comments, Gabrielle. You push them out of me. We have a comment here from Robert, and then we'll go to Wally and to Adele.
Thank you all. I'm not a Johannine scholar, so I'm looking at this, from the outside, but I really appreciate some of the efforts of trying to point out the good and, well, the helpful things that can come from this conversation and some of the challenges or minefield that John presents that other texts don't. And that is, looking at it from it's a kind of the sectarian approach, but from my perspective, it's a rhetorical approach. Texts tend to often present a rhetorical other, and they're contrasting themselves with that rhetorical other. It's one thing when we're looking at texts that say the rhetorical others are the lot of Belial, or the seekers after smooth things, and we're saying, okay, well, maybe those are Pharisees. Or a New Testament text that say, okay, the others are the Pharisees and the scribes. The challenge with the fourth gospel is that we've got the rhetorical other as being the aiodoi. And what does that say then about it and its relationship that other texts are not saying? I mean, there's definitely something unique that's going on there that you have to deal with when you're dealing with the fourth gospel, that you're not dealing with when you're dealing with other texts from this time frame. It's not to say that there aren't great things that can happen in comparing this with other texts of the Judaisms of the time, but there's a certain something about the fourth gospel that makes it more difficult.
All right, thank you. Wally, we'll go to you for a few comments and then to Adele, and then we'll finish up.
Okay. Yeah, thanks again for all of these comments. Really great and stimulating. I wish I could go sort of back and write the book again. Really thankful for this. Maybe just to close, maybe I can respond to a couple of things that have come up. Katrin, you have mentioned now a couple of things, just especially in terms of methodology, that I think are really important. I do try to address this a little bit in the book, but this idea of boundaries, right? And so, what would it take? Is there a measuring stick, right, that we can sort of apply to John that then would say that John is sort of outside of Judaism or something like that? And again, that raises the problematic binary that we've been talking about, I think, in really productive ways. I think in some ways, maybe this is a bit simplistic, but I think it's been helpful for my own thinking. Is the question is since I work with the category of ethnicity, sort of the Jewish ethnos idea becomes an analytical category for me. The question is John moving its readers towards another ethnos, right, or attachment to, adherence towards another ethnic group, which is in some ways what we see in early Christian sort of quote unquote ethnic reasoning, right? There's the construction of a new type of ethnos that becomes sort of the Christian one, the Christian ethnos oreganos or something like that. And that's become sort of my point of departure there, that in John, we don't see that happening. We don't see such a departure, such a movement towards the land, the gods, the people, the laws of another ethnos. John seems to be very much still self-ascribing, and I'm going to come back to that idea because of Alicia and Susan's comments, to the Jewish ethnos. Loyalty to the Jewish ethnos and loyalty, therefore, to the Jewish God becomes just sort of that basic premise that a lot of John's other kinds of negotiations are springing from. So then another methodological point raised by Susan and Alicia, I really appreciate those comments as well. How do texts self-ascribe? I think Susan mentioned how do texts sort of intend or something like that. And you can, of course, clarify with me if I've misunderstood you there. But I don't see texts as static objects, right? Or static sort of snapshots or repositories of meanings that then sort of readers go and try to like sort of access or activate. Texts are social processes themselves, right? They're dynamic. They are engaged in various kinds of meaning-making processes. Absolutely. So I think in a lot of ways I agree. I think Susan and Alicia, with your comments there. I've tried actually to be pretty careful with this idea that, I want to stay away from this language of John is within Judaism rather than John can be read within Judaism, right? So to sort of open up the potentialities right there of our own reading process. So I try to be sensitive to that. If I slip into sort of, that binary category, it's a mistake. I need to criticize myself for that. But I'm very aware that what I, in a lot of ways, I'm trying to do is sort of see a within Judaism approach as a, hopefully rigorously argued and based in evidence, but a thought experiment, right? How can we read John productively within Judaism? So it's not John is within Judaism, but John can be read within Judaism. In a lot of ways, I think Adele and I agree on sort of, Adele will use this, at least as far as I understand, but understanding John's as a rhetorical document, right? It's got a rhetorical design. It's designed to do things, right? So persuasion is a big idea there. So from my perspective, this idea of a text being engaged in meaning making and shaping of values and orientations is a lot of ways a similar idea, right? That there are active social processes that are involved there, even though I don't tend to go the direction that Adele does in rhetorical analysis or rhetorical design. Rhetorical design there. So I think that's it. Thank you very much again for everybody for your comments. It's wonderful, and look forward to having many more conversations with you as the months and years go on.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Wally. We'll quickly go to Adele, and then we'll wrap up the session. I'll give a few comments after that.
Okay, thank you. So the discussion is interesting. As often happens to me, maybe only to me, I feel more confused. The more the discussion goes on, I feel more and more confused about what we're talking about, at the same time as I find everything interesting. I just want to comment really on one point that the discussion has made me think about, and that is, were the Qumran people, was John, thinking about themselves as being within Judaism? I mean, Wally just said that he's thinking more about, is it productive for us to reflect on John in that way? But the idea of negotiating identity or negotiating a new Jewish identity, or, in Qumran, positioning themselves within Judaism, I really wonder whether they thought in those terms at all. And I ask this really totally anachronistically as my experience of being a Canadian that spends a whole lot of time living in the United States. When I'm in Canada, I don't think so much about what it means to be Canadian. I think about what's going on in Ottawa and Ontario, my province, and then, back and forth to Quebec and all kinds of other sort of issues that an outsider would see as negotiating aspects of my Canadian identity. But I don't see it that way. It's only when I'm in the US that I'm thinking about being Canadian because of the differences that I perceive when I'm living here. And so I'm just wondering, if you look at Qumran, who are they negotiating their identity over against? It's over against, the priests in Jerusalem and others. Who is John negotiating against? Or what is making him differentiate himself? It's against people who don't buy into his understanding of Jesus as the only way to experience God. So this is what makes me wonder, again, sort of exploring my uneasiness about the category of within Judaism and how helpful it really is. Does it really lead us to a greater understanding of what's going on in this gospel? Or is it a reifying of categories that those of us that have spent most of our time in the Johannine world, that we've created because of the discourse among ourselves?
Thank you so much. Adele, as an American living in Canada, those comments really resonate. But I do find the longer that I've lived in Canada, being back in the US, I have those same feelings of dissociation in both places, maybe less so in Canada now.
Yeah, the result is that you don't feel at home anywhere. Wherever you are, right. There's part of you that's been shaped by some other sort of...
Exactly. Thank you for that comment. Yeah. Appreciated it. All right, we're going to wrap up now. We have a second session that will begin. It's supposed to begin at 11:30. If you are part of that panel, please try to be back 5 minutes ahead of time. I think, Gabriele, you're chairing that session, correct?
Yes.
And But anyone else, you just stay on this call. You can mute and turn your cameras off, and we'll look forward to seeing you back soon. Thank you all for your participation. Appreciate it very much.
Yes, if I may add, thank you to everybody. And the panelists of the first panel are welcome to join the second one. I know that some of you have other engagement, but those of you that are interested, because we want, like Ben said, we want Johannine scholars to be conversation with Pauline scholars or synoptic scholars or Second Temple Jewish scholars in general, because this category within Judaism is not the monopoly of John, but of course is used also by other groups of scholars. And so we will continue this conversation with Sirafesi and Reinhardt about what does it mean to use this phrase within Judaism for the study of New Testament text. So thank you very much, and see you in 10 minutes. Hi, Jocelyn.
Hi, Gabriele. Hi, John.
Hello, hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Bob.
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Karin. Hi, Cecilia. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. I'm up in the Swedish mountains,
Oh,
way up north.
good, good. Hi, Magnus. How are you? Was a nice first part of the colloquium. Very interesting conversation.
Very much so.
Yeah, also a lot of discussion in the chat. So, hi Ben, Adela. Were you happy with the first part? It was very nice, I think. And now we are having a lot of time also for the second part. And it's, yes, we are promoting from panelists. Hi, Isaac, how are you?
Good. Enjoying the benefits of global warming here in central Illinois.
Hi,
Hello.
Ander.
Hi. It worked. Fantastic. It's not that warm here. Lots of snow.
Lot of
Not slow.
Okay. Let's see. Who is missing? Dan is here.
There were a few people that I invited to be panelists who rejected the invitation. So
Yeah, maybe because they are not yet ready to join the panel.
Okay.
And we are more than enough. We invite, I mean, the panelists of the first session that wants to join the conversation, be part of the panel, to remain on the screen. Otherwise, if you prefer not to be on the screen, is your decision. Hi, Wally, Adele. Okay. Okay. And if anybody else would like to join the conversation, of course, you may raise your hands. Are we live on Facebook already, Joshua?
we are indeed.
Okay, so I think we may start. I see that usually we have a large number of participants. I know that there is also a large group of people following us on Facebook. And let's start with our second panel, okay? In the first part of our colloquium, we discussed the phrase within Judaism in relation to the Gospel of John. Now, in this second panel, and we will have a lot of time, more than 1 hour and a half of discussion, always with Adele Reinhardt and Wally Sirafresi, and then Reynolds. We'll continue our conversation about the phrase within Judaism that is used now for the study of New Testament texts. I want just to introduce the discussion, reminding everybody that the first time I heard the phrase within Judaism was, I think, in the 1980s. In the 1980s, referred to the study of historical Jesus. For instance, we had that volume of Jim Chatsworth, Jesus Within Judaism. Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, this was the first time that the phrase within Judaism was used in relation of Jesus. It was the phrase that to a certain extent was problematic because could be understood in the sense that Jesus still belonged to Judaism while his movement was not. Okay, so in some cases was used also in a I don't want to say in a polemical sense, but in a way of separating Jesus from his movement. So the historical Jews, Jesus fully belongs to Judaism, while instead his movement did not belong to Judaism. And of course, at the time we were discussing whether New Testament texts were more or less Jewish. I remember, for instance, that the introduction of Second Temple Jewish literature published by George Nickesburg, no New Testament text was included, except the Gospel of Matthew, because, and the justification was that the most Jewish document in the New Testament. Then came Paul within Judaism, and in my opinion, this marked a significant change because the idea was not only Jesus, but his movement was fully Jewish. And now we have Mark within Judaism, Matthew within Judaism, Luke Acts within Judaism. We recently had last summer a meeting, a conference in Rome on this subject, and John within Judaism. So the idea of reading the New Testament as Second Temple Jewish literature of first century Jewish literature within the diversity of Second Temple Judaism has received a boost by using this phrase within Judaism. So this panel is an opportunity for people that are working in different perspectives. We have among us people that have published volumes on Mark, Matthew, Paul, John within Judaism. So I would like to start immediately the conversation asking our panelists, first of all, what is their experience of using this term, okay, and why you have chosen, okay, this term. What is the meaning that you give to this term? So I want to open up the discussion with no particular order, inviting all our panelists to share their own experience. So as usual, raise your hand and if you want, I can invite somebody, for instance, Isaac, because of the recent conference, and because also we shared together meetings on Paul within Judaism, and I also saw Matthew that have joined our conversation. So Matthew will start, and then everybody else will follow. Hi, Matthew, thank you.
All right, thank you, Gabriele, and hello, everybody. I really enjoyed the first half of the meeting today. So I'm coming to this discussion having worked mostly in the Paul within Judaism debates over the last 10 years or so in the SBL. And I mean, the label and what it means is not uncontroversial, even in the case of Paul. But it's a hell of a lot simpler, at least I think, than in the case of John. So what I'm, I think, most interested in would be going back to a point made, I think, by Adele at the very beginning. She said that, in her view, to speak of Paul within Judaism makes sense and gives us a lot of traction on questions that we wouldn't otherwise have. But for her, not so in the case of John. And that, I think, is a really interesting observation because, well, and I tend to think it's true also. There's some sense in which we could speak, as Gabriele has, about viewing the whole New Testament within Judaism. And with a certain broad brush, that's true, right? In as much as it helps us disabuse ourselves of the assumptions that we're looking at literature that was created as Christian. So that's quite right. But as soon as you start to look more closely, then it gets really complicated, I think. And so the most interesting discussion to me would be, for those who are committed to speaking of John within Judaism, as well as Paul and Matthew and Luke, etc., how are they differently in Judaism? Because that's the really cutting edge of the question. I mean, Adele's book has made me skittish about using it with reference to John, although I'm not the expert on John in the room. But see, Paul is the easy case because, one, you know, more or less, we know who the author is of at least the authentic letters, and we know his ethnicity. And on top of all that, he happens to live before the destruction in 70. So that simplifies that whole issue that there was debate about in the chat earlier too. So this is why I say Paul's an easy case, relatively speaking. But with Mark or Matthew or Luke or John, all of a sudden you're in a world of literature for whom I don't know who the authors are exactly. And I had this thought when reading Adele's book, which it dovetailed with something Hugo Mendez said in the chat. When I read Adele's Cast Out of the Covenant, I started to imagine the case of Justin Martyr's dialogue with Trypho, and to say, what if I read John more like that kind of text than like, I don't know, say the Gospel of Matthew? Because by the mid-2nd century, we have Gentile Christians who are virtuoso interpreters of Jewish stuff, Jewish scripture, Jewish mythology and legend, and so on. And there's Justin, there's Marcion, there's Valentinus, etc. And when Marcion uses Paul's words, those words are no longer within Judaism in the way they are when Paul uses them, right? And the case of John, for whom I don't know who the author is, and you know, it could be relatively late into the 2nd century, all of a sudden he's in a world where there are Gentile Christians who are making really appropriative moves because of their expertise in Jewish lore. And so that really, that problematizes for me the confidence with which I can call John within Judaism in the same way I would Paul, where a lot of those problems just don't obtain. So I'm really interested in this, in how we would parse the differences between Paul, Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, maybe John of Patmos too, in the respect in which we would want to say that they're within Judaism.
Thank you, Matt. And Anders.
Right, thank you. I'm just going to, and this sort of, in some sort of way, merges a little bit with some of the things that Matt just said. I want to start with what was said during the last session a little bit about the term or label, if we call it that, within Judaism. I think that Gabriele is right when he says that it does something rather than it is something. Maybe you didn't use those words exactly, but that's how I understand it. And that means that when we use it, we judge the label and the quality of the label based on what it can produce secondhand, what comes out of it, rather than the label itself. I think that's how words and terms usually work. It's the quality of the historical or hermeneutical discussion, the word or label triggers, that really matters. And from that perspective, I think it's very successful. It is a very successful way of framing the issue, because it forces us to think in new ways. So that's sort of the preamble. And my basic concern, if I were to just say 1 minute of worth, is that looking at how the early church fathers used the New Testament text, including John, Paul, Matthew, and all the others. For me, like in late antiquity, including Augustine and others, it creates a contrast to historical study of these texts as we read them as whole narratives, for example, or whole letters, because the church fathers, as the church after them, they sort of cut them up. So it's a bit of an odd situation that we have, for example, the Gospels. They use traditions, oral traditions, and they put them together and create a narrative. And then what the church does is to just undo that work by chopping them up again, reading small pieces of them, and then putting those pieces into their own discursive reality. And that process, moving bits and pieces into new discourses which represent different rationalities, that is what creates a very different reading from what I think an historical reading of these texts in the first century actually do. So what historians do is then vastly different, I think, from what the church fathers and Christianity have done. It's countercultural in many ways, because we place them in a time period, and no one else has done that in that same way. That time period, which is unknown to those later Christian authors. They were not historians. They knew nothing about Second Temple Jewish life as we know it today through historical reconstruction. So when they read these texts, they of course were in a setting where Judaism was defined to at least to some extent by rabbinic views and ideas. So for them, it was obvious and very natural to read John and the others within Christianity, completely rational, religiously rational. And that to me is a big difference. And I think the canonization process is part of that whole thing, which we try to deconstruct. So that's both a tool and the result of that whole process. So what I want to get at to sort of start my brain again in this setting is precisely that historians are creating something that never existed in church history, namely historical readings that take history in a way that has not been done before, namely divorcing it from normative and settings. It's sort of a parting of the ways between history as understood in church contexts and history as understood post-Enlightenment in environments not controlled by the church. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Anders. I see already a long line of people. I will invite all of you then to join us. So John, Karin, Magnus, Isaac, Cecilia, etc. And then Mark Nanos also, we would like to hear from you. Karin. No, sorry, John.
Oh. Thank you for this rich discussion. Let me just detour for 30 seconds in terms of the explanation of my book title, Matthew Within Sectarian Judaism. Original title, still on Amazon, was Matthew Within Judaism, a Sectarian Perspective. However, the editors in conversation with them, wanted me to cut a couple chapters about context, and we wound up with a book more specifically setting it within sectarian Judaism, and so I thought the change of title was appropriate. That's significant, I think. My concern with, and this, I speak as someone that prior to working on Matthew was interested in different places, for example, the Hasidim in 1 and 2 Maccabees, where do they fit in Jewish history? Trying to find the places where different Jewish bodies fit within that broader Jewish world of the time. And what's worried me about the within Judaism discussions is that we spend so much time debating whether they're Jewish or not, that we fail to get to what I consider the more important question. How does this particular representation fit within that Jewish world? And there's a wide diversity of models available. And I think that that's the major task for a good deal of our writings. I, of course, work with Matthew, so it's one of the easier ones, I admit, to engage in this topic. But I worry that the question about kind of, are they Jewish or not, detours from the major issue, which is, where does this particular representation fit with regard to the other, all the other literature that we have, and being very specific about those relationships rather than looking for general relationships, saying that it relates on this specific issue to this specific composition or this specific group. Rather look for the patterns of where it fits and coincides with the patterns represented in other literature, and to differentiate, do not treat the New Testament compositions as one pattern, but rather to take the individual compositions and compare them with the other patterns and representations we have available.
Thank you. Karin, I think it's important that Judaism and Jewishness seems to me two different things. I mean, I don't think we have to prove that an author is a Jew in order to be read within Judaism. But of course, we'll discuss this point. Karin.
Hi, everyone. I've really enjoyed the discussion so far, although I agree with Adele that I feel in a way more confused now than I did when we started. I'd like to connect to something that Andrew said, namely the distinction and the difference between historians and believers, believers being, in this case, the church fathers. And to the question of what does the within Judaism perspective do? I work on texts, later texts, not New Testament texts, but Jesus-oriented texts from the second and third centuries that have a very positive view, or relatively positive view, of Jews and Judaism, which is, I admit, easier in a way. But I think what the within Judaism perspective does is broaden our view of what Judaism in the second or third, well, first to third century was. Otherwise, we easily let rabbinic Judaism define what Judaism was. And that's anachronistic. But we need to clarify, I think, the time period. we're talking about. A text can be within 1st to 3rd century Judaism, but not within later forms of Judaism, because Rabbinic Judaism redefines Judaism, and it does so, I think, in relation to Jesus-oriented groups. But I think that within Judaism perspective helps us to see these shifting boundaries and the messiness of it. We can clarify, and I think this is very important, but we have to live with the messiness. But we should clarify that when we talk about within Judaism in this context, it's within 1st to 3rd century Judaism or 1st century Judaism, whatever texts we're talking about, with no implications for later times, and definitely not for modern Judaism and Christianity. And that brings me to a second related point, namely that we should be careful to clarify our goal of why we want to use the within Judaism perspective. And for us, we're historians, and we want to reconstruct Judaism in the early centuries CE. And again, this has no normative implications. And we need to take the self-identity of the ancient texts into consideration. And even if later forms of Judaism would not recognize them as Jewish. And of course, all texts don't have a clear self-identity, and that makes it more difficult, but we can look for indications. And somebody mentioned this already, indications of how a text places itself in relation to Jews and Judaism. And I found that very helpful. And of course, this doesn't solve all the problems. There are difficult cases, such as texts with no clear self-identity that are hostile to Jews and Judaism. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much. Very, very useful insights. Magnus.
So, hello everybody, and greetings from a rainy and quite chilly Jerusalem. Gabriel asked about our views on what the within perspective means, and I just would like to remind us about the historical development. I mean, the within Judaism perspective originally emerged, I think, within Pauline scholarship. The Paul within Judaism perspective, at least like the last 20 years, that's where the terminology has been used. And I agree with Matt Novenson. It's quite easy to apply to Paul. But I think it's important to appreciate that it emerged as a reaction to what we could call an outside perspective. I mean, as we all know, the dominant overarching perspective within New Testament scholarship up until the 1980s was highly dependent on Christian normative theology, and scholarship merged together with normative theology. And the Jesus movement, and especially Paul, was seen as representing something else than Judaism. And the within perspective developed as a reaction to this perspective that was considered historically incorrect. So the terminology itself has this history, and if it's useful or not, if we should, change it for another term or another terminology, I don't know. But I mean, that's exactly why this term within Judaism is used. And to comment on Adele's words about a kind of apologetic current within this kind of scholarship, I think it's important to, at least from my perspective, it's important to emphasize that this perspective is a scholarly theoretical perspective. It could be understood as theory, like a statement of reality or something like that we hold to be true, a perspective or a lens through which we look at the texts of the New Testament or maybe even other texts. It's not aimed at combating anti-Judaism. It's not aimed at combating supersessionism or facilitating Jewish-Christian relations or creating new normative theology, whether Jewish or Christian. The within perspective is simply not supposed to be ideology producing. Its aim, it's important, I think, to emphasize that, is to find the historical truth about the early Jesus movement as it's represented in the surviving text. So we need to be careful not to slip into the activism category, and that I think is you know, there is definitely Adele is indeed onto something here. So we need to be aware that scholars should not, and that might be my personal view, be involved in activism as scholars. So that's basically my take on this.
Thank you, Isaac.
Yeah, wonderful discussion. My head is just spinning and going in all kinds of different directions. So let me try to gather my thoughts here. I came to this colloquium with no commitment, sincerely, in trying to make a case for the usage or non-usage of within Judaism. But listening to the discussions, I feel like compelled to make a case for its use. And here's why. I think it rattles the cage. It stirs the waters, and this is a good thing. We don't have a lot of new evidence in our fields of study, but we do have a lot of overlooked evidence sometimes, especially when it comes to relating New Testament texts with or within Judaism. There's a special connection, I think, between Lucan studies and Pauline scholarship here in this regard. Gabriele, I find it very interesting that you found an earlier attestation to the within Judaism phrase back in the 1980s, but it's really more of a recent trend within the last decade, I think, at best, popularized by the Paul within Judaism, Schule, also known as the radical new perspective. Interestingly, in my own research on Luke and Acts in particular, it was this school of Pauline thought that took particular interest in what I was doing, more so than Lucan scholarship, which is starting to catch up now as we speak. And I find that interesting because in Luke and or Acts, this is where you arguably might find the first image or portrait of a Paul within Judaism as advocated by the adepts of the Paul within Judaism school. Here we have a Paul in Acts, in a text written, I think, towards the end of the first century, saying, I am a Jew. I am a Pharisee. I have done nothing against the Torah, right? I keep the Torah. I've done nothing against the ancestral customs of our elders. I'm here for the hope of Israel. So somebody who awaits for the restoration of Israel. Yet, I'm still struggling to see more studies in Lucan scholarship that will even compare Luke Acts with Judaism. It's that would already itself be an accomplishment. Just consider the number of studies we have that deal with Luke and Acts, say, in comparison with 2nd Baruch, with 4 Ezra, with the Apocalypse of Abraham, with the Dead Sea Scrolls, with Josephus, but not Josephus read as your Greco-Roman historian, but Josephus read as Yosef ben Matityahu, as a Jewish theologian, as a Jewish priest, and so forth. It's only in the last, I'd say, 5 years, with some new up-and-coming studies, that we're seeing the pendulum shifting in that direction. And so for those reasons, I would argue for the case of studying Luke Acts, at the very least, with and especially within Judaism. And by that stroke, all of the New Testament literature within this or under this this umbrella. So those are just some preliminary thoughts that I throw out there.
Thank you, Isaac. Cecilia.
Thank you very much. I've followed the discussion with great interest, and I must say I'm also, I've been encouraged through the discussions to think in new ways. And these are very difficult questions, I find. And you asked us about our experience with using within Judaism. Well, like the rest of you, I've used it very helpfully when it comes to Paul and also with Matthew. But when it came to John, I hadn't thought about John as within Judaism, and I was very hesitant about that category. So, but it really, of course, as we all say, it depends on what we mean within Judaism. So John, like, and I also think we should distinguish very clearly between the different New Testament texts. These are they're written during a long period of time in different social contexts and so on. But they do all reflect Jewish ideas, and they have Jewish character in that way. They, as someone mentioned, the Jewish scriptures are crucial for all the, or most of the authors. So they build on Jewish traditions. So the Jewish character is there in all the texts, but are they within Judaism? And then I thought Robert Hall made a very good point in saying, well, we do need to define Judaism if we're gonna be working on the within Judaism category. I think that makes sense, which of course is very difficult. And to just say that, well, Judaism was very diverse, well, it doesn't define or even try to define Judaism. So how do we do that? And I'm thinking about Ed Sanders' Common Judaism. And I know it's not perfect and it's been criticized, but he points out basic beliefs that were common and basic practices that were common. And if we think in those terms, then I wonder about boundaries, as Catherine Williams brought up. When does a text place itself beyond or outside of Judaism? Where would be the boundary mark for staying within or moving more towards outside of? Where do we draw the line? Are all the beliefs acceptable? And certainly when we read Jewish texts that are very diverse, most of the beliefs can be acceptable within Judaism, but not practices. And I think we should take that into regard as well. When the early Christ followers are meeting on their own, celebrating the Lord's Supper, they are meeting on the first day of the week, the day after the Sabbath, not on the Sabbath. They are baptizing as an introductory initiation rite, rather than and not using circumcision, not circumcising the kids or the boys, if they're not within the synagogue associations any longer, as seems to be the case in the Gospel of John. Where do we draw the line? And also their veneration. I think that, of course, it's hard to know the social reality behind the texts, but the veneration to the Israelite God, but also through Jesus somehow. When does it stop being Jewish, so to speak? And especially when more and more Gentiles or ex-pagans, as Paula Fredrickson labels them, ex-pagans are joining. How do they worship? They probably don't have that fine distinction between God and Jesus. You shouldn't be praying towards Jesus, but only to God. but through Jesus somehow. Well, yeah, I'm thinking about rituals. I think that's when they push they draw I think the lines are drawn there somewhere. And how do we see that in the text? Those are some of my reflections. Thank you.
Thank you. John.
Yes, my own experience with the phrase is that when I first saw it, I was attracted to it because it was new and different and decentering. And so I can throw my hat in the ring with those who think it's useful. My second experience with the phrase was that I found it not very helpful for trying to drill down a little deeper and answer the question that I feel like a lot of us are raising, and that is, how do we actually determine which texts are in and which texts are out? In Adele's comments, she says she's happy with Paul being within Judaism, or more comfortable with it, but less John. Why? And when I tried to use the within Judaism phrase to move beyond simply using it as a new perspective to read the New Testament texts, which I think is important, I found it not super helpful. And the reason I think is a little different than some of the other criticisms that have been raised. And for me, the question, the tension is that the phrase within Judaism combines boundary language within with an ism, which is, with all of its diversity, a system, obviously that not everyone agrees on, but there's sort of a system that people are thinking of. And as Lori's comments pointed out, we can't really talk about a bounded set. And as other people have said, we probably can't even talk about a center. And so how can we use boundary language within or without for Judaism as a vaguely defined system? In my explorations, I've found that boundary language is much more useful when we talk about people groups. Right? Because here we can access all of the sociological literature and anthropological literature on group boundaries. These can be ethnic or otherwise, and there's a whole bunch here, and it's pretty good, and it's useful. When I'm using the boundary language for people groups, I run into two problems. Okay, the first is that among sociologists, we have make a distinction between an ethnicity and an ethnic group. Okay, so an ethnic group is when a certain ethnic category becomes has basic agreement on what it means, who's in, that sort of thing, then it becomes useful. So you can mobilize it in the political sphere, you can have social divisions based on this, but not all ethnicities are also functioning as ethnic groups in any given space. Okay. When we come back to the New Testament texts and the question of within the Jewish ethnos, I don't think we have the data we need to ask whether the persons responsible for these texts are within the Jewish ethnos necessarily. And the reason is we don't have reactions from those outside, right? That is, a boundary has to be agreed upon by those on either side, generally, not with everyone, in order for us to ask that question. And I don't think we have the data for what other persons in, especially the first century, thought about them. Yeah. The other problem I have with simply focusing on people groups was that I don't think it's actually getting at the question that most within Judaism scholars are interested in. Okay? That is, for those understandings of Paul that see Paul's Gentile audience as distinctly non-Jews, but acting Jewishly, they're not within the Jewish people group, but they're attached in some way. And so many Paul within Judaism people, I think, wouldn't see, for example, Paul's Gentile Christ followers as within the Jewish ethnic group, but they're still in something else. And the language of within Judaism is what's being used for that. That also raises the question for me, whether what data we do have. And what we do have here is data from the texts themselves. And this goes to the question of self-ascription, which I think Alicia, maybe a couple others raised. And when a text doesn't specifically say who the author is, how they self-identify, that kind of thing, I still think we can get a certain amount of a sense of how they self-identify based on their primary in-group. Okay, so in John's gospel, since we had the earlier session on John, the most important in-group seems to be the children of God. Okay. And so a question we could ask is, how does the children of God as a people group relate to the Judaioi as a people group, both in John's narrative, but also in a historical reconstruction? And my current thinking on how we can understand a text to be within Judaism as an ism is that if within, one step back, most New Testament texts, I think, have a primary in-group, which is bigger than just the, let's say, the Jewish people, the children of God, the kingdom of God, however it is, but it's different, okay? But these different categories could be negotiated in different ways. My current thinking, and I'm interested in feedback from you and stuff, is that we, if within that in-group of the children of God, is there a special place still for the Jewish people? So in Wally's comments earlier, he had said in John's gospel, Jesus's identification with the Jewish ethnos continues to have salvific significance. To me, that sort of understanding of the children of God, which is bigger than the Jewish ethnos, and I think probably bigger than Israel as well. I like Jason Staples' work on this quite a bit. If that still has a privileged place or role for the Jewish ethnos, I would be happy calling that a form of Judaism, so John's Judaism, but I don't know that I could say that that's within Judaism because we don't know what other Jewish persons would have thought of those. That's my current thinking. I think I should stop there, and I'm really enjoying the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Jocelyn.
Thanks, Gabriele. I'm hearing the discussion, some catchphrases that attract my attention. All the texts use Jewish scriptures. Later Christians take the New Testament texts out of context, and that we want to look for patterns from John Kempen. And so this sort of feeds into my thinking about the or the New Testament authors within Judaism, which has to do with a pattern that I see in the works of the New Testament authors, which is the pattern of both everybody using the scriptures, but also everybody, I think, interpreting them using a particular method. They had to explain a big problem, that Jesus was the Messiah, but that he did not act like a Messiah and that he was killed by the Romans. So how to explain that? And following my mentor, Don Jewell, I've been working on his theory that they explained it through interpreting their texts, their scriptures, and taking them out of context, as was done in the rules of Hillel, especially Gezer HaShavah. So I've been looking at Gezer HaShavah in Paul. I think it's everywhere where he quotes and often alludes to texts. I think it's in Mark. I think it's in Luke and Acts. I think it's in John, that everything they quote can be traced back through the relation of a key word to a text in Israel's scriptures. And often that key word is a word that becomes a key word in that author's work. So for Paul, for example, one of those words is believe. For Mark, those words are come and weigh and see and listen, that he uses over and over in his text. And you can see those words linking some of his quotations to about Jesus to texts that are already accepted in Judaism or in the Jesus movement as messianic texts. In Luke, among those words are spirit and listen and believe. In John, among those words are believe and lifted up and glorified. And I'll stop there, but that's how I see these works as within Judaism, that they, like the rabbis of their time, are using this interpretive method, Gezer HaShavah, to interpret their scriptures to prove that Jesus is the Messiah.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Mark, you were one of the first to use within Judaism for Paul.
Hi. Yes, let me just start by saying I don't know how much I can say because the John conversation, to the degree that I was able to listen to it, I had to drive my family to the airport this morning. And this conversation, just so many great comments have been made, and it shows the complexity of trying to do good historical research. It's problematic, but we have to use words and we have to use phrases, and we don't do it just to arrive at conclusions. We do it to communicate, and we have interests why we do this, probably to inform people who've used these texts in harmful ways or in positive ways or whatever. So it's just really complicated, and I love most of what's been said. I would just say I'm kind of struck by the John question and other New Testament. Can it be read within Judaism, or is that the most helpful way to try to frame doing good historical work? And I don't know the answer to that. Paul, I'm obviously very comfortable with, and I was calling it Paul's Judaism in the aughts, in the 90s, and doing papers and publishing on that, thinking that was going to be, defamiliarizing and helpful to get people's attention. I would say Paul was not a convert. That gets everybody's attention, and it gives you a chance to try to explain what was probably more likely happening historically. And the problem, of course, with Paul's Judaism is, well, like people who write about Paul being an anomalous Jew. I mean, yeah, he could call it Judaism, but would anybody else? And within Judaism was to try to place him more on a map of what other Jewish people and what Jewish practices, and I use Judaism, I just mean a way of life, a culture developed by Jews for Jews. And over time, of course, and non-Jews could act totally Jewish. And we know this, Christians can think they're the true Jews and that they're more Jewish than Jews and that Christianity is Judaism. And that's one of the downsides, of course, even with Paul within Judaism, is now I begin to see people write about Paul within Judaism in a way, but they're just making Judaism look like Christianity. And that's not really the goal for me. I think Magnus stated it well, and others have too. The goal is to do better historical work and not to let words and phrases, or more important, paradigms that go with those or that those articulate, get in the way of trying to understand these texts in their historical context, which might not be at all what we think. And I keep changing my mind about them as I get rid of assumptions that I came in with or things I thought I knew and look at them. For me now, it's less important to use within Judaism is to say something like, well, what is Paul doing, or what do you think his communities should do about important Torah observances that most Jews would recognize are important Torah observances? Or was he, when he was writing his text, using choosing certain scriptures because those were being used in liturgical situations in which those texts had authority? And therefore he chose the particular ones he chose, or he blended the particular ones he blended. That would be kind of pretty Jewish. It also begs the question, which I've been trying to beg all along, and I don't think it's gotten very far, is doesn't this only make sense in synagogue communities, subgroup synagogue communities? Because who would have access to these scriptures, and for whom were they authoritative, and whom do they even make sense? Who could read this language that these texts were in? And so those to me kind of are interesting. And so I don't know anything about John. I'm actually not a New Testament person. I don't know all this other stuff. I just studied Paul and Luke Acts. Actually, I appreciate Isaac's comment there. I felt the same way. I always thought, gosh, this guy looks a lot more like the Paul that I sort of imagine. not exactly so, but much more so. But yet, that's not the way people study them, except Jakob Yervil, I found, of course, did that back in the 70s and 60s. But I just don't have that much more to add. To be honest with you, I think the question is it helpful to construct John this way and use this language, or is it really sort of, oh, I don't know, making it not that useful anymore? Because it's such a big umbrella. It's kind of Christianizing it, or something like that. That's the pushback I would give to the language. But what I've read of Wally's work and listening to these conversations, it seems useful so far in the way that it was useful early on. I think is still useful in Paul studies, because it still catches your attention. And most New Testament Paul studies are still not. That's still defamiliarizing. That's still jolting within Judaism. Well, what do you mean by that? And then they can make within Judaism so, well, of course, he's like a Reformed Jew, somebody like me. Well, that's not what I mean. He's a Pharisee, and he would be a Jew's Jew. And that's what were his communities, wasn't he Judaizing them? In other words, wasn't he bringing them to Jewish culture, converting them to Judaism, but not to being ethnically Jews? And that then brings up something interesting to ask historical questions of the text and of the context. And so that's not a very sophisticated answer. To me, I've really enjoyed the sophistication that you're bringing to it in the questions about John. I think it's fascinating. I just don't know. I will say this one last thing. When I give lectures on Paul, it's not unusual for somebody who wants to internalize this and wants to make it more ideological, theological for themselves, to ask questions about John or Hebrews or something like that. And I've just sort of been categorical. I just don't know much about those texts. I don't know if they fit the same way, if it helps make sense of them the way it does with Paul. We know there's Christianity, and we know there has to be a move towards it. Are these those moves? It seems like it's possible. So then, is that the best way to read them? I don't think Paul was involved in that move. I think he was involved in sensing a move like that he was trying to stop in a text like Romans. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. We have already a long line. I would like also to hear from Wally and Adele and maybe Ben, your reaction, to the work of your colleagues are doing with other texts. How do you see this connection between, well, in particular, how you see the connection between your work of John within Judaism and the work that your colleagues are doing with other texts? Maybe, well, if you want to say something about this, and then we'll go back to the line.
Yeah, sure. Let's see here, make sure that view is right. Yeah, I would agree with, I think, a lot that's already been said. I certainly want to appreciate, the differences that, a number of colleagues here have mentioned between the questions that the Paul within Judaism approach raises, and then the spectacles that are applied to Paul versus what John is up to, or what I think John is up to. But for me, while trying to be careful with not sort of mapping Paul onto John, of course, I do think that some of the questions that the Paul within Judaism approach raises has been helpful to me. And so, especially thinking about, this was an idea that was brought up in the earlier discussion, and then I think Adele and I take different perspectives on this. But John's attitude towards, or I guess this question of sort of a proto-Gentile mission in John's gospel, and what John is doing with sort of non-Jews. And I'm not, so convinced that John's perspective towards, for instance, the Greeks that are mentioned in chapter 7 and in chapter 12, that John's sort of interested in sort of shaping sort of a new or moving towards a new Gentile Christian identity there. I tend to frame it in terms of Gentile inclusion. John, these Greeks seem to be sort of working on the foundation of sort of Judaizing behavior, or some sort of being in the orbit of Jewishness. And then that's the moment that they are envisioned as sort of engaging with Jesus, or seeing Jesus, so to say. So I think this idea of Gentile inclusion, which I think is a big part of, at least how I understand it, the Paul within Judaism approach, has been helpful for that sort of idea of, John, for instance, doesn't have to have a Jewish author or a Jewish audience, even if we could sort of ascertain those things historically, to actually be read, quote unquote, within Judaism, or at least how I'm using that phrase. It could very well have a Gentile audience. It could come out or it could have non-Jewish identities on the pages of the text, but still very much be interested in bringing those non-Jewish identities into the orbit of Jewishness, or into sort of a quote-unquote Judaizing type of context. So I've done less in terms of engaging the Matthew within Judaism approach. Sorry, Anders, about that, and Dan. But I think especially Paul has been helpful, again, but trying to sort of be sensitive to all of the differences. I think, Matt, your first comments there led off the session. Totally see that. Absolutely agree that what Paul is up to, and sort of the Paul within Judaism framework, is not easily translatable to John, but it could be heuristically helpful in some kinds of ways if we're sensitive to those differences.
Adele or Ben, would you like to add a few comments? Adele, are you or Ben, would you like to add a few preliminary comments?
I'm here. I just have my camera off. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't want to keep rehashing the areas where Wally and I differ on all of this. But I have to say that I have found Paul and the work that I've read by those who explore the Paul within Judaism paradigm helpful in thinking about John, because I read the references to Greeks in John 7 and John 12 differently from how Wally does. I think that John is already very aware of the growth of the Gentile church. I mean, maybe, I don't really know it, but I think we can argue that, or we can read John from that point of view, and also draw in some of what we see in Acts as far as a kind of historical progression, or how the progression of the Christ message is conceptualized by Luke in Acts. And I think we can see similar hints of that within John. And that would be then based on some understanding of the Gentile mission and its growth within the decades after Paul.
Yeah, I think, Adele, I think that the question for you was essentially why Paul yes and John no.
Well, yeah, because I think, I think we have to understand the creation of new categories and theoretical frameworks in the context of the discourse within the field as it has developed. So I think within the discourse of Pauline studies, the Paul within Judaism really pushes back against what some, like Steve Mason recently published an article on Paul without Judaism, the idea that Paul was a convert, that Paul rejected Judaism, that Paul kind of laid the foundation for, Judaism as empty legalism. And so, and so the Paul within Judaism perspective is pushing back on that and drawing attention to what actually should be obvious from the reading of the letters themselves, that Paul didn't put himself outside of a Jewish framework, and that he understands himself within that framework. And then the second step, which I see especially in Paula's work, Paula Fredrickson's work, has to do with, what is Paul trying to do with the Gentile churches and the language of adoption, or the language of grafting in Romans 9 to 11. so I think that's what he's trying to do. But Johannine studies has not been shaped by that same question. Johannine studies has been shaped by other questions. And so using the category of John within Judaism, to me, as a participant in the field of Johannine studies, doesn't resonate. And again, it's not because I'm denying that John is not, thinking within ideas that we find in other Jewish texts. It's that the category itself, I think, doesn't function, to my mind, productively within the context of the scholarship on John, except insofar as Deborah and others have done, Serge as well, in the context of using John to amplify our understanding of what first century Judaism was like. And I see that as much narrower than the project that Wally is engaged in when he uses the term. Sorry, that was long-winded, but I hope the point was clear.
I think this was very useful. Ben, would like to say something?
Yeah, I'll just be quick. Some of what Matthew said at the beginning is related to some comments I made in my paper at SBL in November, that yeah, it is much easier, obviously, to address Paul in the ways that he mentioned, and I had highlighted a few of those, and they don't cross over to John as easily when you've got a narrative which we have differing views on a wider range of when that text could have been written and how that's related. But I do find the questions that Paul within Judaism has raised helpful. And one of those areas that I think it's helpful, because within Johannine studies, particularly in the 21st century, anytime you have some sort of group like the Samaritans or the Greeks, it's some sort of community that the Johannine community is responding to, right? But if we place John, or ask the question of placing John within Judaism, and we think about Judaism of the first century as these various varieties, then those sort of sectarian little groups that got created by Johannine scholarship, I think are much more problematic. So then what are we dealing with here with the Samaritans, with the Galileans, with the Judaioi, with the Greeks and onward, and how does that relationship work? So the questions are causing me to rethink that as far as ethnos questions and so forth, and I think that's helpful in that way.
Thank you so much. We have still plenty of time for new discussion and new comments. So Magnus, and also I would like to invite people that are attending our meeting, if they have questions, to join the conversation. Magnus.
Thank you. So part of the discussion has concerned the problem of knowing what is Judaism, because if we are trying to determine if something is within or without, we need to know what Judaism is, right? So and that's of course a very important question, and it just struck me, and I just want to be clear, I'm not polemicizing or trying to relativize what anyone has said here, especially not John van Maren, who is really struggling with how to formalize the within or without categories. So just want to be clear on that. That's not what I'm trying to do here. It just struck me, might it be interesting, just like a thought experiment, a heuristic thought experiment, to think of a within Christianity perspective? What about Origen, accused of heresy? Marcion, within Christianity? Tertullian, Arius, within Christianity? Well, not if you have the bishop of the First Council of Nicaea, etc. Still, no one would define these and other heretics as analytically outside Christianity. Early Christianity was, as was Second Temple Judaism, messy. It might be wrong, but it seems to me
that there is no substantial discussion among scholars of patristics who were in or without Christianity. Just wonder why. What I want to say is there is a risk maybe of over-theorizing the concept of Judaism and the idea of finding a center within Judaism. Well, good luck with that. Perhaps we just have to cope with the messiness, as Karen suggested, and also Harry Attridge, mentioned. In my view, this is exactly what the within perspective does. So that's just my take on it. Why is it that the patristic scholars don't discuss the same things that we are discussing? Thank you.
Yes, very, very good point, I think, Magnus, and also why Second Temple Judaism are not discussing whether the Dead Sea Scrolls are within Judaism or Philo is within Judaism. Okay, Karen.
I agree with that. And also what's have been said about the Qumran community that is also never discussed. And it's because of its reception history. I wanted to respond to something that Cecilia said. I don't think we can draw a line according to ideas. We're looking for boundaries, but I don't think they can be drawn according to ideas because we simply don't know what would have been within Judaism at the time, or rather outside of Judaism. Many ideas later considered exclusively Christian were a natural part of Second Temple Judaism. So I think with John van Maren that boundaries are more related to people groups. New boundaries were eventually created with the inclusion of Gentiles. And that goes also for Rabbinic Judaism, that also defines itself in relation to the inclusion of Gentiles in Jesus-oriented groups. And that brings me to a related question, and I would be interested to hear what you think about this. When we talk about Judaism, what do we call the Gentiles drawn into Judaism by Jesus-oriented groups? And that's the earliest one is Paul, but there's also the text I'm working on, the Pseudo-Clementine Homilies. They agree that the Gentiles, they remain non-Jews, but they're drawn into Judaism and they act Jewishly, as Mark Nanos says. They're not Jews, but they are I tend to say that they are within Judaism. And it could be, it's a Judaism for Gentiles. So I don't want to call it Judaism because that could be as confusing as calling it Christianity. But I don't know if it works to make a distinction between Jewish on the one hand, that's only Jews, and within Judaism, that could also include Jesus-oriented Gentiles. I would be interested to hear what you have to say about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Anders.
Thanks. Great points there, both Magnus and Karen. Thinking about a few questions there. Let me just dovetail on Magnus's point. So if we are talking about within Christianity and what do we do with origin, etc., I think and obviously we have the right to include them as scholars in Christianity because we have different criteria that we have set up, which the winners of history may or may not agree with. So it's all about those criteria, I suppose. And then one could, of course, say that even if those were excluded, we as scholars can see that the discourse is the same. Like the general, how things move, how terms are used or not used, what questions are dealt with, etc. So it's the same kind of discourse, and that makes us think of this as within Christianity, this large kind of thing. So I really like that. And that again, let me just, before I get to the point I really was trying to or wanting to make, why couldn't we also ask about Rabbinic Judaism as within or without Judaism? Because the early rabbis were uninterested in public synagogues, in participating in public synagogues. And it's only later that they become interested in that and then eventually rise to prominence in Jewish society. So from a Second Temple Jewish perspective, how could we talk about rabbinic Judaism as within Judaism? And that kind of also is the same type of exercise that Magnus suggests, I think, because if we talk about people groups, as Karen says, I think people groups, how do we define them? And what do we know about them? And I think we know about them through their social agreements. And those social agreements are often institutional, like institutions as social agreements. And that, of course, leads to synagogues again. And how do we define them? So studying within or without, using those institutions, I think as some sort of playground for trying to think, I think is very useful. But what I really wanted to ask here, the panel and others, was if we don't use within Judaism, although I think we should, because it's still a very effective label, can we talk about John's Judaism, as John van Maren noted, or Paul's Judaism, or even as Mark and I once suggested, apostolic Judaism? Can we talk about these texts as Jewish texts? It's a little bit of a different take on it, because we can't really call them Christian texts, can we? Because we all agree, I think, that Christianity didn't exist. So how could we talk about them as Christian texts? So that would mean that we let reception history govern what we call, instead of inception history, what we call these texts or what we label them as. And so we wouldn't, my favorite example is we wouldn't call Isaiah a Christian text just because the church fathers and the church later on used that text. But importantly, that's exactly what medieval Christianity did. For them, the patriarchs, Abraham, etc., they were Christians. They were even Catholic Christians. So just to really know what we are doing as historians, we're coming in from a different perspective, and we sort of undermine, if we're looking for historical explanations, a very, very long tradition. What we do with this, then, it's a whole different question. There we can have many different kinds of views on that. So that was my question to everyone. Can we call these Jewish texts? Can we use that label? Or if not, what should we call them? Because they're not Christian. Thank you.
I guess that Jason will tell us that we should call it the light text, though.
It just is so convenient that I'm up next here, Gabriela. I mean, that seems very, very oddly convenient. No, I mean, that is exactly what I think we should be doing. And partly because of exactly what Karen said earlier, and that is that in many respects, Judaism in these descriptors can be just as confusing as Christianity, because we're dealing with something that has a much longer and reception history after the fact, and it's just so easy for us to talk about within Judaism, and as much as we can try to avoid the baggage from all of the centuries afterwards, keep that from coming back into our reading, it's really, really hard. And it takes, constant effort to do that. And I think that's the value of something like Israelism, if we're going to use an ism, which I think John Van Maren's comments earlier about isms there, that applies to that problem as well. And I think that's a worthwhile critique that we should think about. But something like Israelism has just enough foreignness while connecting enough to the language that all of these texts are using that it actually makes it more, I think it's both more precise and it has a little bit more utility for us as historians in that respect. But one of the other things, so I was actually wanting to discuss a little bit about some of these things having to do with the larger discussion, going all the way back to some of the things that Wally said at the end of the last session, and then some of the other things having to do with the notion of Paul within Judaism. So kind of tying all those together, and I'll try not to be too long-winded here. A couple of things that I really appreciate about what Wally's doing here and what he said is he observed that he's trying to work within an ethnic or a framework of an ethnos here, and I think that's really helpful in this process. But the thing that stood out to me is then he's referring to, in John in particular, the Jewish ethnos and the Jewish God. But the interesting thing is we don't get that terminology in these texts. Like we see this all the time in, say, Paul within Judaism scholarship. You see references to the Jewish God or the God of the Jews and so on. But you're going to search a long time in the literature of this period for that terminology. You're going to get God of Israel over and over and over again. But the only time that you see the God of the Jews or the Jewish God in any of the literature from the Second Temple period is in Romans, where Paul asks the question, is God the God of the Jews only? That's the only time that we get any reference to the Jewish God in any of this period. It's always the God of Israel instead. And I think that's not something that we should just overlook. And I'm not, by the way, the first person to point that out. This was pointed out back in the 50s or 40s. And probably long before that, actually. But I think that's significant. And when when John's Jesus tells Nathanael at the beginning that he is truly an Israelite, I think is notable that he does not say you are truly a Jew. And this gets to something that I think Mark Manos brought up of, when you do this within Judaism, then what ends up happening is, then, true Judaism is this. Well, it's kind of missing it. But I think what you have here is you have multiple, and this is across broad, this is not just, what become later Jews and Christians and all of this. This is, you're including Samaritans in this group, and there's a lot of diversity in this period. You have a lot of people who are looking back to the Torah and looking to the heritage of ancient Israel and working that forward and competing about who is the rightful heir to the heritage of ancient Israel, of biblical Israel. And that includes Jews, that includes Samaritans, that includes what ultimately become Christians of various types, and categorizing that under a broader Israelism, I think actually is more precise. I don't think it's that much more difficult. John within Israelite traditions, I think, is the sort of thing, Archie, in the comments, that's along the lines of what I'm talking about, is that this is making a claim for an Israelite heritage for which Jews and Samaritans, as John 4 illustrates, are competing already by the time you get to the Jesus movement. And the Jesus movement just happens to be another group that splinters off and is competing for that same Israelite heritage, not Jewish heritage, but a larger Israelite heritage, including, and one of the things that the earliest Jesus followers end up doing is that they're including Samaritans and Jews in this effort to unite Jews and, unite Judah and Ephraim, as it were. And this is where it connects to the Paul stuff as well. Paul is not converting his ex-paganisms to Judaism or to to Judaizing exactly. It's Israelizing. He's incorporating them into Israel. They're adopted, as I think Karen mentioned as well. They're adopted. And the Israelites in the wilderness they're not just adopted into Abraham. The Israelites in the wilderness have become their forefathers in 1 Corinthians 10. This is inclusion, like what Wally said about John and the Greeks or Hellenes. But the orbit that they're included into is not Jewishness, but Israel. And I think that's where, if we talk about within Judaism, we obscure the important distinctions that we need to be able to parse if we're going to make sense of these sources in their own ancient context, rather than in a modern context where Judaism is a more defined category. And again, going back to Karen's comment, I think Judaism can, in this case, be every bit as confusing as Christianity. And that's sort of my resistance against it, even though within Pauline scholarship, I mean, I'm probably, I'm as close to within Judaism or within Judaism group as anybody. So, I think that's the danger of the terminology.
Thanks. We have Cecilia and Mark. We are moving on. Cecilia, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, you hear me. Okay, sorry. To answer Karen's question, my point was exactly the opposite, that it's not the beliefs that make a group move outside of the Jewish sort of boundary per se. So a belief in an exalted Christ wouldn't automatically place you outside of the Jewish realm. We do have a lot of beliefs about exalted second divinity, like characters, the Son of Man, Melchizedek, the scrolls, and so on. But I wanted to move the discussion a bit towards the practices, because I think that's where the tension grows, when the practices differ. So how did these Christ following followers groups move outside, away from Judaism? I think it was really about their practices in the diaspora. So Paul, he taught them to live Jewishly, as Paula Fredrickson emphasizes, by avoiding trying to negotiate and avoiding as much as possible idolatry, and just worship the one God. But they also gave up the ritual practices with the circumcision and the dietary restrictions and so on. So how long could you retain your Jewish identity if you didn't live that Jewishly after a while? So I think the social reality and the connection between these different groups are crucial. How did the Christ following followers, their voluntary association, relate to the other synagogues? What were their relationships? I think that's the importance. Did they identify somehow with each other? Could they maintain the Jewish identity if they didn't live that Jewishly after a while? That was my point.
Thanks. Mark.
Yes, I just would want to come in on this use of Israelite and other potential things versus Judaism. The interesting thing about Judaism, no matter all the problems it has in defining it, and whether it's even anachronistic, as Boyarin and Mason and others argue, I don't think Christians have ever claimed that they're doing Judaism, or maybe some group has, I don't know. But in general, that's what's so useful about it. It's defamiliarizing. It makes you stop and think about what was happening by the people who created these texts and read these texts. Israelitism wouldn't do that, right? The church is claimed to be Israel, the true Israel. It's totally comfortable with that. And I think that's the same with Jew. I mean, when you say Paul is a Jew, people go, well, yeah, of course, Paul is a Jew. That's not really problematic. Christians even think they're the true Jews, and there's a whole theology there. But to say they practice, and I think practice is a good thing to emphasize, but all people groups, as John did earlier, people groups and their practices. Christians later did not see themselves and were not part of Jewish people groups and Jewish practices, except for use of scripture and some liturgical habits and rituals and so on that grew out of that. But they didn't see what they were doing as Judaism. To that degree, I think it's a useful label. I think it'll be something will replace it, and that will be better. But for now, not only because it's useful in conversations like we're having, and in conversations with people who are not specialists that we're trying to inform about these things, but it's actually helpful for our own brains, I think. in general to think about it and struggle with what we want to call common Judaism, what aspects are important and what would distinguish it. And would some other group agree that that's doing Judaism or not is a really good question. These are just good questions to ask. So I'd push back Jason and on the Israelite. I don't want to argue with you about what was happening in history. I think someday I would like to argue with you about that. But at the moment, what I'd like to argue with you about is what's useful for scholarship, and not only what we do, but the discourse that we have, and the discourse that those who read us, who are not specialists and aren't going to get all these nuances, could begin to inform people who read these texts to inform their lives. If they could start using the language of Judaism, I think that would really defamiliarize in a very useful way all the problems that remain in using the word. So that's what I would say there. Thanks.
Thanks. No, Gabriele. Myself. No, I think that we all agree, okay, that New Testament texts are Jewish literature, and the Jesus movement was a Jewish movement. And this is the reason I found the phrase within Judaism so helpful, because until 20 years ago, I was very much frustrated by the fact that all major introduction to Second Temple Judaism were presenting everything except Christian origins. I mean, all the major introduction to Second Temple until the late 1990s, okay, were presenting all Jewish literature, all forms of Judaism, but were not including New Testament text. And so the language was always the New Testament and Judaism, Paul and Judaism, John and Judaism, Matthew and Judaism. And I found this language very, very misleading and historically inaccurate, because nobody is talking about Philo and Judaism, or the Dead Sea Scrolls and Judaism, or Hillel and Judaism. Okay, why were we treating early Christian text, okay, the documents of the early Jesus movement differently from the documents of any other first century Jew form of Judaism? So I agree that the term within, I said even before, that the term within Judaism is not perfect. It's very problematic. But I repeat, for me, it's very effective, because when we have started using this term, okay, many things that we would like really to promote, like the Jewishness of the early Christian literature, the Jewishness of the Christian movement, receive a boost from using this term, this phrase. So, so this is the reason that, at least at this stage, I very much welcome in which discussion, a discussion in which we try to precise, to clarify what within Judaism means and what within Judaism does not mean. When we say that early Christian texts were within Judaism, we are not claiming that we are identical to Judaism what we know before today, or that we were identical to Rabbinic Judaism, or they were strictly ethnically Jewish. But we want just to reclaiming the Jewishness of New Testament text and the Jewishness of the early Jewish movement. In this sense, I think that this term, this phrase within Judaism, because it's a very simple term, 2 words, okay? We can use it in titles of articles, in titles of books, okay? We have to think also practically, okay? It's very, very effective. It makes us think of a lot of problems, a lot of important problems. And what is also very important, and makes people that are not specialists think about a lot of important problems that we as specialists wanted them to think about. Okay, so on the other hand, I agree. I mean, it's very, very important that we clarify what this term means and what it doesn't mean. And because otherwise it could be misleading and could be even not helpful. But so far so good. Okay, I think that that is much better now having books that talks about John within Judaism or Paul within Judaism or Matthew within Judaism, but having the usual books that are talking about Matthew and Judaism or Paul and Acts and Judaism. So for me, has been very refreshing and very, very helpful. Other comments from the group of panelists? If you haven't had the opportunity to express yourself, we have still, okay, Matthew again, and also from the people that are attending the meeting. If you have any kind of question, please, this is the moment, because, you know, at the beginning it seems a lot of time. Instead, we have a lot of things to talk about. Matthew.
Just a quick question. I'll see if any of you will bite. And if you don't, that's fine. Then we can move on to somebody else. But a really helpful heuristic for the kind of questions I have about this would be if any of you who are sort of enthusiastically on board with speaking of John within Judaism, what would your answer be to this question that Hugo Mendez asked before? Are you equally happy to speak, for instance, of Justin Martyr within Judaism? Mid-2nd century, Gentile Christian who is phenomenally well-versed in Jewish law and legend and so on. If, as Wally and Gabriele have said, it doesn't have to be a Jewish author or a Jewish audience to call it within Judaism, would you say that Justin counts?
I have an answer, but first we have Isaac.
I'm not I mean, the question wasn't directed to me specifically, but to the Johannine scholarship community. But if I can chime in, Justin Martyr within Judaism, I think that's a great question. And we have to take into consideration the issue of canon, right? And how the canonical bias might be playing in here. And also just more largely, even if we're saying here that what we're doing today doesn't have any activism associated with it, we can't deny either that we are, children, so to speak, or products of a whole, development within the especially second half of the 20th century that leads to where we are right now, that is sensitive to issues like anti-Judaism. The Paul within Judaism perspective comes out of the new perspective of Paul, and the new perspective of Paul is usually back to E.P. Sanders, who in his first book on Paul was dealing really more with Tannaitic Judaism than with Paul proper, and correcting misconceptions about rabbinic Judaism. So I'm very mindful of that. It's a question I've thought a lot about too. What about someone like Justin Martyr? That said, with Justin Martyr, and I have no skin in the game, so to speak, because Justin Martyr nor Luke are canonical for me, or John. Justin Martyr's at a later period. We do know for sure the ethnicity of Justin Martyr, and that does play, I think, a role here. He does speak with a great degree of Gentile confidence, if I may put it this way. If I were to compare it more so with Luke and Acts than with John, but Luke being approximately from the same time as John, whereas Luke is trying to make a case for the Gentile integration into the Jesus movement without having them to undergo circumcision, for example, in the case of males. Justin Martyr only tolerates Jews who are Christians, so to speak, to observe those practices, which is more tolerant than some of his contemporaries who cannot admit that Jews continue to be Jewish through their praxis at all if they are Christ followers. So there is that, I think, difference right there. He's writing after the Bar Kokhba revolt. There might be a much smaller presence now of Jewish followers of Jesus. I'm speaking of Jews who are physical descendants, for lack of a better word, of Jews who practice Jewish practices and so forth. He also clearly says, we're Israel, you're not. To Trifle, whether this Trifle is a real Jew or not, I think Justin Martyr wanted to convert Jews, so to speak, to the Christian faith. And so there is now an appropriation of the Israelite heritage. And he knows, by the way, to just piggyback right here on Jason Staples, that Samaritans and Judahites are Israelites, because he calls them, you are from the tribes, but we're actually the true Israel, quote unquote. And so there I see a difference with how I read, for example, Paul, and I think many here would read Paul, where though Paul tries to integrate the Gentiles into the Abrahamic family, right? There are many branches in this Abrahamic tree, and the Gentile followers of Jesus are not, my reading at least, Israelite branches. The Israelite branches, those are only the descendants of Jacob. So Jews, we can entertain whether Samaritans or other descendants of the northern tribes would be part of that. But Paul does not, in my reading, at least in Romans, say that Gentiles are Israelites. That's how I read it. Justin Martyr seems to do that. For that matter, Luke never even says that Gentiles are children of Abraham. So he's even a little more conservative on this matter than Paul is. And to maybe just complicate the discussion as we're reaching the end here with Matthew, your comment that in some ways maybe it's easier to say Paul's within Judaism than John. I'd argue here Luke is more easily placed within Judaism. I know this sounds outlandish, than Paul. And this was sensed by scholarship. This goes all the way back to, Ferdinand Bauer, Adolf von Harnack, early scholarship that could see something going on here, where it seems that Luke is trying to make a concession to people that maybe Paul had some rift with earlier on, the ecclesia in Jerusalem, hints that we see in Galatians, and Luke is trying to meet these people, going further than maybe even Paul himself was willing to do. And for me, it's remarkable. Luke never even says a Gentile is a child of Abraham. We only have two instances where somebody's called a child of Abraham, and in both of those cases, those are Jews. Zacchaeus, aka Zacchaeus, and the bent woman. So, I mean, there are for me some key differences if we're taking Justin Martyr as our thought experiment here versus some of our New Testament texts. That'll be enough.
I think probably we should have a colloquium on the 2nd century, okay, and the party of the way. It will be very interesting. We should have, because my quick answer would be that in reality we have two problems. One is synchronic and one is diachronic. So in which, to some extent, Christianity has never ceased to be a Jewish movement, at least Orthodox Christianity, even though there have been some groups within Christianity that would have loved to eradicate Judaism from their conceptual framework, because never cut off completely his relationship with the Jewish roots. I mean, after all, Christians kept the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, even though in a supersessionist way. On the other hand, we have a synchronic problem, okay, which is to a large extent also a matter of self-understanding. I mean, of your group in relation to other groups that claim to have the same roots. So the problem is complicated. We have published books claiming that the parting of the ways and the ways that never parted. And to a certain extent, both aspects are true and legitimate. we are at the end because we have, I want to leave Ben the possibility of making a few conclusions. And I can only say as on behalf of the Enoch Seminar that we are very, very, very pleased with this colloquium. It's been, I think, extreme time that we had the opportunity to devote to discussion, and we hope to have other opportunities like this for discussion, for having a conversation about topics of common interest. I think that we are all ending this conversation probably with more questions than when we started, but also with a lot of new elements to consider in our thinking of these topics. So, on behalf of the Enoch Seminary, I would like really to thank all of you, all those who have participated as panelists in this. In particular, Adele, Wally, and Ben, and also the two Joshuas that have led technically our meeting. I think that this formula, I mean, of this format of an online discussion should be repeated because it's really very enriching, very, very important. And we have all grown from this conversation. So thank you for all of you. And then thank you, Adele, thank you, Wally, and Ben for some final remarks.
Yeah, I don't know if it's really possible to bring this whole thing to conclusion in some sort of way that we're definitely all happy with. But I do want to say that one thing that I conclude from this is we do need to all keep talking to each other. I think it's beneficial to have the conversations from those of you outside of Johannine studies to ask those questions, the difficult questions, and to also think about the broader realities of what are we talking about within Judaism, and whether it is just a heuristic device or whether we're trying to do something else with it. But we do have those continuing nagging issues of our current state of what Judaism and Christianity are, and that does shape us in many ways in how we try to think historically about the first century. So again, appreciate all the comments and questions that have been asked. There's many things to continue thinking about, even if a lot of us admit to being more confused now. But yeah, I'd like to thank all of you for participating. It's been great to have you here, especially to Wally and Adele for your contributions today, and to Gabriele for getting this off the ground. He first contacted me, I think, back before SBL November about whether or not this would work, and that became an impetus for getting it going. Thank you, Joshua Scott, as the secretary, for handling all the details behind the scenes, even though he wasn't here today, and to Joshua Paul Smith for making it work today. So thank you. If anyone is interested in continuing this conversation on John within Judaism, the Johannine literature and connecting John sections of the SBL will be co-hosting a session in San Antonio this November with papers by Adele Reinhardt, Anders Runeson, Laurie Barron, and John Van Maren. So in many ways, it will pick up from today's conversation. So anyway, have a great day to the rest of you, whether it is just beginning or it is coming to an end. So thank you for being part of this.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.